reiterate what's been stated. I've been chiming into a lot of the charter change committee meetings, and I just want to express my support for Councillor Freeman's draft. I think it's really, really important that going forward, we create a fully independent police oversight body that is headed by the community members, specifically our most marginalized community members, that being people with lived experience, BIPOC residents, members of the LGBTQA community, homeless and houseless folks, and people who have experience with mental health issues. And I think that it's crucial that this body be fully independent of the Burlington Police Department, as it doesn't make sense for there to be the police department policing themselves. I also wanted to reiterate that I think it's really, really important that I know we've made a lot of progress in having most of our police officers wear body cams, but I think it's really important that this footage be made publicly available and accessible to all members of the public, and that it be done in a way that is protects the anonymity of citizens, and that this community board that we create be allocated the proper funding that it needs to be able to operate, and then it be fully representative of people with lived experience. But yeah, I just want to offer my support to what's been said tonight, and I'm sure what will be said after me. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Lydia Kern, followed by Meg Trigolo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, absolutely.
My name is Lydia, and I'm a white woman living in Ward 1. I just wanted to call and just repeat some of the requests that have been made already, and just echo my support for an independent public body that can hold the police accountable. I really care about care being fostered in our community, and like Jess Laporte said earlier, I would hope that the police BPD would be enthusiastic about pushing what they've outlined even further, because that's just what we need right now. I would hope that this independent body would be resourced effectively with people and funding, and would pull from a diverse population of folks in our community. And also just repeating the ask that the body cam footage be released for free to the public. I think that's the only way that any sort of trust that can be built can happen. And I just, just want to echo these asks. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Okay. Meg, followed by Julia Pupko. Meg, I am unable to identify you. Julia.
Me?
Kind of. Try that again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Julia Pupko. I lived in Burlington for 5 years. and am currently living in Norwich, but plan on moving back to Burlington in the future. And COVID allowing, I still spend a great deal of time in Burlington and am very actively involved in many community movements there. So therefore, I still have a strong interest in both police reform and ensuring the safety of a community that I am still a very large part of. So there are 2 points that I would speak on tonight. The first is I reviewed the police misconduct and misconduct investigations information release policy document that was posted. And while reading that, I noticed in the section discussing reviewing police misconduct that it was stated that body worn camera footage would be reviewed, and this is the key part, if available, to be included in a report. And I do not understand why body cam footage would not exist in every scenario and push the council to make it mandatory for all police officers to always be wearing and utilizing body cams while on duty, so full footage of their interactions with community members is available. And when I've been reviewing various police misconduct cases, I've noticed specifically with the incident with Mabior Jock that the footage leading up to him getting slammed into the pavement was very short, and it was very difficult to see what was happening. And so I believe that in order to hold police accountable and for everyone to fully understand what is happening, the footage needs to be made publicly available and full footage needs to be available. And then my second point, I'll just speak briefly on that, is that I want to just echo what everyone else has said about the importance of having an independent public body that conducts police oversight, having a body that is still connected to the police department defeats the purpose, in my opinion, as there is a conflict of interest. So I just want to again state that I believe that it is very important for an independent body of community members to conduct police oversight. I yield my time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Andrew, followed by Oscar. Andrew.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would like to yield my time to see if there are any other BIPOC individuals waiting in the queue.
Oscar, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I'd like to do the same, and I'm fairly certain there are BIPOC individuals in the queue.
There's one more person before we circle around, Alexandra. And I see just an Alex. Alexandra, is this you? Oh, there you are. Where did you go? Okay, so Alexandra was there and not, so I will
I'm seeing an Alex's hand raised currently.
Yep, perfect. There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alex Sturgis. I'm a cisgendered white woman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I'm a paralegal at Montrell Backus Nottinger in my 4th year of the Vermont Law Office Study Program, and I'll be sitting for the July 2021 bar exam. I take issue particularly with the definition of incident as it pertains to the retention and public availability of the body cam footage, because it's really just another way of skirting responsibility for everyday run-of-the-mill racial profiling by police. We know that thanks to mountains of data that BIPOC Vermonters are more than twice as likely to be stopped by the police than white Vermonters. And just because some of those encounters do not turn into incidents of police brutality doesn't mean they're any less insidious, because they really reinforce the fear and oppression that our BIPOC brothers, sisters, and siblings live under day in and day out. Police and law enforcement are practiced in the art of this oppression. And I'd like to also address that police have to be left out of the civilian oversight of police. And to draw this parallel, I'd like to use an example from the tobacco industry. We're long past the days when we believe that tobacco industry, what they told us about their products not being harmful. And that's because the tobacco industry was finally rigorously investigated and disciplined by groups independent from the tobacco industry. And through the master settlement agreement, the tobacco industry was required to fund the tobacco control and prevention programming throughout the US, including Vermont, and Vermont has received funding to support its statewide tobacco control and prevention programming since 2000. Vermont's model includes local community efforts specifically designed and implemented by community members at the local level. And that program and its funding is accountable on a yearly basis to oversight organizations, including the CDC. And we've seen this work. It's not unprecedented. So if we can work on an international scale with the tobacco industry, we can certainly make it work here in Vermont by using funding from BPD to fund this oversight board, which ultimately has to have full investigatory and disciplinary power. Otherwise, it is just another sort of cosmetic, performative change in the wake of the wave of reckoning that our country is happening. Black Lives Matter. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Okay, before we circle back around, Hannah, I see your hand.
Hi, yeah, this is specifically for Murad and Shannon. I just don't understand what's with the faces and sighing when folks want to make space for the BIPOC residents to talk first. This is a job that you chose, and making your contempt so clearly known is just such a bad look. I think the least that you can do is pretend to keep it together and that you don't have a disdain for the folks who actually want to make this community a better and safer place. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Okay, circling back around to Dana.
Hi there, my name is Dana. I moved to Burlington last summer after graduating college, and I've been working as a healthcare worker at a local clinic ever since. And I'm just calling in, as others have, to advocate for a civilian oversight board that's independent from the police completely, as that would be a clear issue of bias and conflict of interest. And I also think what other people have brought up today about body camera footage is really important, that all footage is released to the public, not just what the police define as an incident. And I also think that we need to work on allowing police to define what is considered misconduct, and just make sure that this independent board has all the support it needs to do investigations and discipline if necessary, in order to address systemic racism in policing along with other systemic injustices. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, Zoe.
Hello. Hi, my name is Zoe Kenninger, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm white, and I use they, them pronouns. I've lived in Burlington since 2015 after I moved here from Ohio, and I attended Burlington High School all 4 years, graduating in 2019. Throughout my time at BHS, I was active in the school community through multiple extracurriculars, including theater and the Scholars Bowl team, of which I was the captain my senior year. I returned to Burlington on a gap year from Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts, and when I return, I plan on double majoring in Russian studies and theater. Like others who have talked tonight, I was also told about and look forward to seeing the progressive traditions of Vermont as a state when I moved. However, I have been disappointed. At the beginning of the summer, Mayor Mira Weinberger named racism as a public health crisis. However, since then, the city has made very little action in order to uphold the promise of the statement, despite the opportunity of the clear outlined demands of the Battery Park movement. At the beginning of September, former head of the Burlington Police Commission, Mark Hughes, stepped down from his position, stating that the statutory authority, delegated powers, and design of the commission render it ineffective. Despite its appearances and title, the Burlington Police Commission has no real authority over disciplining, hiring, or firing officers. It is essentially a body composed only of words and platitudes without any real teeth, and as it stands now, lacks the ability to create any significant change in our city. This needs to change. In order to accomplish its mission to transform the role of police in communities, and in order to accomplish the goal of restructuring public safety as outlined in the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's Operation Phoenix Rise initiative, it's necessary that this commission work to support the efforts of the Charter Change Commission to create a civilian oversight board for police and make sure nothing impedes it. This work includes remedying the aspects of the current police commission that renders it ineffective. In other words, giving this body full disciplinary and investigative powers independent of the police department, as well as the resources and funding it needs in order to accomplish its goals, and also a full divestment from the police department. The police cannot and have never been able to police themselves. Throughout this process, it is essential that the voices of BIPOC and other communities that have been historically marginalized by police are at the center of your work and solutions. This includes putting a name to the issue we are facing, not hiding it. The issue of police brutality is an issue of racism and white supremacy. Only by taking these actions will the Police Commission be truly able to make a difference and remove the limitations that prevents this board from being anything other than symbolic. On the subject of body cams, it should be made mandatory for all law enforcement officers in the Chittenden County to be wearing body cams. The footage should be released to the public for free on a regular basis and not just in the instances of a quote incident. It should be done so in a way that protects the anonymity of civilians. Overall, the city must begin to prioritize the lives of its citizens over an outdated, violent institution of white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Next up is Grace.
Hi, my name is Grace File. I was born in Vermont. I've lived here for 6 years. I work at a bakery in the Old North End, and my job involves interacting with and building relationships with people every single day. And I care really, really deeply for this community. I've come to some of the other police commission meetings, and I feel like you all on the police commission are a great team, and I'm glad you exist. But what we are asking for is a fully independent police oversight body that has disciplinary and investigative power, where there are no current or former police officers or any folks with family members in law enforcement. Page 43 of the police union contract outlines discipline, and it's basically half a page long, and it enrages me to no end that a police officer could be violent, could lie, could harass citizens, and receive a written reprimand, which is the same punishment that I could receive at my job where I make lattes. Your draft report in response to resolution 4.2 concluded that the union contract, quote, provides significant hurdles to stronger disciplinary measures in police encounters involving brutal or excessive force. And I think you can work towards this goal of having stronger discipline by updating directives and changing wording in the union contract. But I think ultimately the police are still policing themselves. And that hasn't worked for the past 380 years. So I'm not sure why we're still expecting it to. I think acknowledging the lack of oversight and the lack of accountability is important, but I think at this point, what we're asking for is to move beyond just acknowledging that and to shift the power. I also want to address the draft of the body-worn camera policy. We have been asking for all body cam footage to be released freely to the public and not just footage from specific incidents. I think there are interactions with police officers and civilians that might not qualify as incidents, quote unquote, whatever that means, however that's defined, and might not be under review, but I think those incidents people would still be interested in seeing. The purpose of the demand that vast amounts of body cam footage be made public is so that we have an opportunity to monitor day-to-day interactions between officers and civilians, where we know there is racism, where we know there is white supremacy, where we know there is violence, even if it does not rise to the level of being an incident. We know officers still use excessive force even when they wear body cams, and I think part of the reason why is that much of that footage will never see the light of day unless there's a lawsuit. I just spent maybe 10 minutes trying to see if the police department had a YouTube page, if there was more body cam footage available than just the 3 videos I have seen, and I couldn't find anything. We need a transparent, fully independent civilian oversight board with disciplinary and investigatory powers, and I urge this commission to work towards that and to do what is in your power to make sure that this is on the ballot in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
Layla.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear
We
me?
can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, so my name's Lila. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a white cis woman and I live in Ward 3. I went to high school at U32 High School outside of Montpelier, and then I went to UVM for undergrad, and now I'm living in this community. I work as an educator and a nanny, and love that I get to call Burlington my home. I want to just state that I support and echo everyone who's spoken so far and all of their points. Also just state my extreme desire that the police should no longer police themselves in any form. The notion that police in the United States, including in Vermont, are meant to protect and serve their communities and the people in the communities has been proven completely false, and in fact is not considered constitutional, this based on Supreme Court cases that have allowed police officers to get away with instances where they were not protecting and serving the citizens. The police are here to protect and serve the state's interests and the city's interests, and those interests are often, if not always, ones of white supremacy. And so I absolutely support what other folks have been saying, and Perry Freeman's, Councillor Perry Freeman's proposal for this independent oversight and control board of the police that would have full disciplinary and investigatory powers over any police activity. I also just want to strongly voice my support for keeping disciplinary records for officers indefinitely. I was reading some of the documents that have been created by this commission and saw that right now police officers' records are not kept beyond a year. I believe that's correct. I'm outraged that these records are being not kept. I think that's completely unacceptable. And I also think that the records of the police officers should be available to the public. I also just want to echo what folks are saying about the body cam footage. I think that even if it technically is available, it must be easily available and it must be free of charge to the public. I would suggest that officers, after having had an interaction with a citizen, should tell them how and where they can access this footage. This footage is hugely important for anyone who has ever interacted with a police officer, because as we know, has been documented many times, police officers are known to gaslight, lie, and manipulate those they interact with. And as Grace mentioned, or maybe others have mentioned, we need to be able to have access so that people can confirm what they think had happened with the police, and the idea that someone could lie and manipulate someone they interact with, and then that just be disciplined through a written warning is ludicrous to me. So I think we need to have a completely different way of disciplining the police, and it needs to be an independent citizen-run board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lee Morgan. Lee, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Good evening, commissioners, Shannon, Chief Murad, and everyone else on this call. My name is Lee Morgan. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a white non-binary resident of Ward 7. I am a medical courier and a forensic psychology student. First off, I will repeat my ongoing request to make the names and pictures of all BPD officers and staff public and available on the BPD website. There cannot be trust between the community and police if we don't know who they are. I've been thinking a lot about the use of force and what that looks like in different situations. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that the level of force is up to the discretion of the officer. Are there any written standards or suggestions of appropriate use of force in specific situations? Solely relying on an officer's discretion can be dangerous, as officers are human and therefore fallible. An officer's assessment of use of force can be affected by variables such as, years of service, experience, hunger, caffeine, medications, eyesight, sleep deficit, temperatures, length of shift, overtime, bladder and bowel urgency, personal biases, both conscious and unconscious, allergies and illness, etc. I have a specific question about the use of force that affects me personally. I have Tourette syndrome. Most of the time, my symptoms are well managed, although at periods of prolonged intense stress, I have self-injurious tics. These tics can include punching my body and face, pulling my hair out in chunks, smashing my head against hard objects, ripping my clothes apart, and screaming very loudly. These tics are completely involuntary, and I am not able to respond to commands. I want to know what to expect from an officer in this circumstance. Will I be tased, shot, or restrained for not following commands to stop? Will I be shot or punched 3 times in the head for inadvertently striking an officer that physically intervenes? I believe that people with difficulties like mine deserve to know what risks of physical force by police they stand a likelihood of enduring. Please consider the infinite variables that humans possess when making decisions of use of force and the policies about them. I deserve so much more than discretion, and so do all Burlington residents. Black Lives Matter, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Meg. I am unable to identify you. Andrew.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gigler. I am a cisgender white man, use he, him pronouns, and a resident of Ward 1 in Burlington. I am a student at the University of Vermont and have lived in Burlington for over the past 3 years. At the University of Vermont, I have worked as a resident advisor, and I currently work as a peer mentor for students with intellectual disabilities. I would like to take some of my time to remind all of us a major reason, or maybe the top reason of why we're all here. Just to remember some names of some folks that have lived in Burlington that have been assaulted by violent police officers in the past. Just since I moved here, in the past 3 years, BPD officers Jason Bellavance, Corey Campbell, and Joseph Coro have displayed patterns of violence without just cause, particularly against people of color. I know we all know these names and we know these stories, but if these stories don't get repeated, I can only assume that no action will be done, specifically by Chief Murad and the Burlington Police Department. Joseph Coro assaulted Mabur Jock by knocking him to the ground, unconscious and bleeding, without announcement or instructions. Corey Campbell is responsible for the homicide of Douglas Kilburn, whom he punched repeatedly to the ground, resulting in skull fractures that contributed to his death 3 days later. Jason Bellavance assaulted Jeremy Melly without engaging or addressing him without cause. Bellavance pushed Melly into a wall where he fell unconscious to the pavement, and he still struggles with his vision and balance as well as comprehension difficulties as a result of this. None of these officers were fired after committing these actions. Two of these officers, Corey Campbell and Joseph Coro, still remain employed by the BPD. The BPD has clearly shown that they are unable to hold violent police officers accountable and fire officers that commit violent acts against innocent and unarmed people without just cause. BPD chiefs and the police union have a history of protecting their violent and racist coworkers. They have proven that they cannot be trusted to serve and protect the city of Burlington, especially the most marginalized community members. For all of these reasons, for all of the reasons of people before me have said, I believe that there must be a civilian oversight board to hold the BPD officers accountable for their actions. I support the proposal by Councilor Freeman, and this oversight board would need to be an independent public body that acts without bias and have diverse representation. As I said, I am a white cis man living in Burlington, so I am using this platform to amplify the voices of countless community members that have been saying these same words and same commands to the city and the police commission for years, and especially since this summer with the rise of a new movement. Please listen to them. Please listen to the most marginalized in our community. They have already been speaking up about this, and you have not been listening. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
And then Oscar.
Hello. Hello. Before I speak, I want to add a warning that my comment contains a graphic description of police violence against BIPOC in our community. My name's Oscar, and I'm a lifelong resident of Burlington, and I've come to speak to ask you all to push forward a community oversight model of the BPD that gives investigatory and disciplinary powers to a truly civilian-controlled review board. Councilor Freeman's draft comes closest in my opinion, but the further you can get away from the traditional police model, the better. It's truly the most important work. I say this while I'm speaking to a panel containing the acting police chief who has already called instances of police brutality against BIPOC in our community good police work. I remember I spoke to you once this past summer, Chief Murad, and after reminding you of this incident where Officer Derek Hodges smashed his knee down on an already subdued black suspect's face, breaking his jaw, you stood by your statement and used the fact that the abused parties withdrew from litigation as proof that any potential for misconduct had been erased. You saw the same body cam footage I did of officers screaming at unaffiliated black bystanders to get the fuck back, and Hodges screaming at the victim to stop fucking spitting, referring to the blood that was coming from his mouth. Taking such things into consideration, it's ridiculous that Murad is here and has any influence over this process at all. For this reason, in addition to an entire history of harrowing police violence against Black, Indigenous, and other POC, and an endless history of zero accountability, the community of Burlington, if it had its true choice, would never leave a BPD administrator in charge of deciding what constitutes an incident that is worthy of releasing body camera footage over, or defining and disciplining misconduct in general. I hope the commission can at least see this community-wide wish and will work towards a model of police accountability that takes power away from the Chief Murads of the world and gives it back to the community, where it should have been all along, with the utmost emphasis on Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. Please take this opportunity to do the necessary work and not just the bare minimum. Thanks for the time. Black Lives Matter.
Sorry, thank you for that.
Just take a quick look at the email to make sure no one else and those are.
Sorry, I'm seeing one hand raised.
Zenavia, are you there?
Sorry, we can barely hear you. Can you speak up or maybe get closer to your microphone?
Hello?
A little bit better.
Is it? Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now.
There you go. My name is Zenavia. As I stated before, Me and my family lived in Ward 4 for a majority of my life. I was struggling with coming onto this call today, and I think I want to bring that to the overall idea that was presented in one of our last meetings about the policing of language and knowledge that comes into this conversation. We know our experiences as Black people here and Black folks within this area and BIPOC folks within all of Vermont. And it doesn't surprise me that there's this continuous gaslighting within that. But to be able to say that we don't get a voice or oversight in the oppression that affects us daily is mind-boggling. Going back more into our request for body cam footage, this is important, and it's important to us as all in terms of BIPOC oppression and, again, folks in general, but collectively for houseless folks. There is continuous interactions amongst houseless folks and BPD downtown Burlington, and the amount of lack or ability to request for that footage comes from the discriminatory actions amongst the police commission. That can be changed with just public oversight and collective thinking. I think it's very interesting as well, going back to piggybacking with what Lee was saying, great points made in terms of speaking and knowing exactly who we are dealing with and being able to access footage, or not footage, sorry, pictures and names to the people within the police department. I think Murad, me and you have had many interactions, but one I remember very clearly is you asking for my name and me saying I'm not giving it to you. And one of the main things you said was, how am I supposed to have a conversation with someone I don't know? And I think it speaks to this entire fight here that we're having. How are we supposed to have a basic conversation of collective liberation and our hopes and dreams for this future community if we don't know just basically the people that we're dealing with in our community and the folks who we know are targeting the most marginalized? I yield my time.
Thank you.
Chair Gamache, that's all that I had, unless there's others that are going to raise their hand.
Awesome. Are there anybody in attendance that'd like to speak right now? I'm not seeing any hand raised. So I want to thank everyone that I joined in and commented in public comments. I really appreciate it. All right, moving on to agenda item 4.01, the Chief's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for having me. I do want to express thanks. I don't know that it's clear from what many of the folks calling in stated, but I am not a member of this police commission. I am here at your invitation in order to provide information when appropriate, in order to provide a report at that begins each of these meetings, and in order to be able to share information that is perhaps internal to the department in the course of executive session. But I am not a voting member of your body. None of you is beholden to me, and I thank you for allowing me to be here. And I also want to say that I know how much work I put into these meetings. I know how much work I put into working with this police department on behalf of the people in this city. And I know how much you do as well, all of you as commissioners who are longtime residents who live in the city, who are people who give tremendous amounts of time and passion and effort to this community, and share your lived experience as you make determinations about this the department and the input that you have on it, including reviewing policy, including looking at disciplinary rules, including talking about internal issues, including all of the things that were spelled out in the new role of the police commission in internal discipline that we we agreed to in August, but which the practices of predate that document. And I just wanted to say thank you. This month has been shorter than the previous period. It's only been 20 days since our last, sorry about that. There we go. That's the City of Burlington making certain that the lights go on and off. It's been 20 days since our last meeting. There have been, I shared this for the first time, I think, on time. I believe that if Shannon sent it out, that it was ready a little earlier than it has been before. 1,171 calls for service. We had an attempted homicide. We had 9 assaults, one of them an aggravated assault. We had 1 sex assault, 3 robberies, 2 of them in the last week, 108 suspicious events, 73 noise complaints, 48 vehicle crashes, 19 of which were leaving the scenes of an accident, and 3 of them had injury, 47 disturbances, 53 traffic incidents, 27 foot patrols, 38 incidents of threats or harassment, 15 domestic incidents, 14 of which were domestic disturbances, and 1 of which was a domestic violence misdemeanor, 2 overdoses, and 3 untimely deaths. And actually that only goes through, this is through yesterday, through through the 16th, not the 17th. Today, just today, we had 2 additional untimely deaths, which won't be counted until our next police commission meeting. But nevertheless, work that the officers are out there doing. And it has that volume in the past 20 days is lesser than normally when I report, because as I said, normally we have a little bit more time in between reports. We've been doing a lot of work. We have been working on a report with the Attorney General's office and other entities, including the Chittenden County State's Attorney and the Mayor's office on the orphanage. And that is a process that has been ongoing for quite some time, more than 2 years now, and is sort of at a stage where I think that we may be presenting something, but it has been a lot of work for detectives in this department, a huge amount of work by Lieutenant Detective Commander Trieb, who reviewed a lot of survivors' notes and interviews, et cetera, over the last couple weeks. I spent all weekend reviewing those same interviews. Just repetitive, horrible awfulness from that story. And I think that hopefully we will be able to provide something that these survivors deserve most of all, which is a recognition of their truths and their stories. We had an 0300 shooting on Wednesday in the very early hours, an incident that had an initially uncooperative victim, a victim who however also had a firearm of his own. That was tremendous detective work for that incident. A huge amount of resources, a lot of officers coming in, being able to secure the scene on the midnight shift when we are thin-staffed. We had to call in assistance from the University of Vermont in order to help secure one of those scenes. And had we merely used crime scene tape, we would have lost key evidence. But we brought in somebody from University of Vermont Police to assist at securing that scene. Other officers went and did work at the actual location of the shooting incident. Detectives came in, did additional evidence collection, began interviews, began to get cooperation from the victim, but were simultaneously developing their own leads, were able to identify a suspect and apprehend that suspect all within 18 hours. There's not another police department in the state that could have made that happen in this city based on the amount of information that we had going in. And I am very proud of the work that the Detective Bureau and the Road did on that. That was a real team effort. And on that same day, we were searching for a missing college student for whom we had been looking for several days already. We found the missing college student, and while that was a very sad outcome, it was nevertheless a resolution. That too, a huge amount of work going into that in order to find someone and not have a happy outcome, but have an outcome for the sake of family, for the sake of friends in the UVM community, for the sake of people here. We then had a big crash a few nights ago. A pursuit from outside our city came into the city, ended up shearing off the porch of a building on North Avenue, caused a lot of traffic delay. Had a fugitive in the wind who actually spent the night outside. We believe ultimately he was discovered in somebody's shed the following day. I'll use that as an opportunity to discuss Burlington's pursuit policy, which is online. Most of our directives are online. We have a lot of transparency at the Burlington page insofar as the directives that guide what we do, how we do it, including use of force, including our pursuit policy. Our new photo policy was used in this, and I know that you are all on the email lists for local media distributions, and I hope that you did see that I pointed out specifically that we released a photograph because we were looking for an individual. When we are not, we no longer will. And that's something that this body has brought up before. And that is an example of a change in this department's posture because of input from this body and because of the clear expectations that this body expresses on behalf of the citizens that you all represent. And then we had another robbery. We had another robbery at the Mart on the corner of Winooski and Main. 2 individuals robbed the store at gunpoint. And then we had another one last night at another location in town, not related. We do not believe that the individual is either of the 2 individuals from the Champlain Farms robbery, but we are still searching for this one. And it's indicative of some upticks in crime. And those upticks are concerning to us right now owing to where we are with staffing. And I've told you before and expressed in our last meeting my concerns about where we are with staffing. We've lost 7 officers over the course of the past few months. That plus 1 on long-term sick and plus 1 who has been called up for a 400-day military deployment. That puts us at 83 officers effective. And that is down from a normal average headcount of 95.5. That is a significant drop with regard to what we can do, how we can do it. It's indicative of why we had to call in mutual aid from UVM for crime scene work. And I actually, if I may, with your permission, Commissioner, I'll share the screen for a picture of where we are with so this that I'm sharing shows our 42 officers that are currently available for calls. And the reason it's 42 is obviously we have other roles that we still have to do. We still have to cover the airport. We still have to have a detective bureau. We still have to have 3 officers that we contribute to CUSI. They are by far, that includes the supervisor of CUSI. That's the Chittenden Unit for Special Investigations. It deals with sex crimes. It deals with crimes against children. We do have officers who are in roles that are necessary. That, for example, among those 83 officers that I said are effective, that includes myself and Deputy Chief Lebrecht and Deputy Chief Sullivan. That includes our administrative lieutenant. The 83 does not translate to 83 police officers who are out on the streets at any given time. It translates to what we see here. We have, when we are fully staffed, there are 8 officers on any given day on the street. There are 8 officers on any given evening shift on the street. There are 4 or 5 officers on any given midnight on the street. And that is all that we now have. In the past, what we would normally have in this situation of 83 is the knowledge that we have some officers in field training, that we have some officers at the academy, that we have some officers who are in the process of being hired as lateral officers from either other agencies within the state or other agencies around the country. And that there's a coming buffer. There is no buffer at this point. 80 was the number that I spoke of repeatedly in presentations to the City Council and to other bodies in June as we were discussing the budget prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. And we are getting very, very close to 80. In fact, I think that what we will see is that by February, we will have had additional departures beyond those 83. We are expecting 1 officer to go to the Vermont State Police. We're expecting 1 officer to move to another profession. We are expecting 1 officer to be on a long-term FMLA with regard to children. We're expecting 1 to 3 additional officers on long-term military deployments of the kind that the other officer I already mentioned is on. That puts us at potentially 75 effective, assuming no other departures that we don't currently know about and people who have other plans that they haven't currently announced. It's not a safe assumption. By February, we'll have 4 supervisors fully eligible for retirement, with 2 more ready to go by September. And we will have 4 officers who will be ready for retirement by February, and another ready by September. And any of those officers could also depart after, at that retirement point. And this is all to say that by the end of the fiscal year, we would very conceivably be in the low 60s. So we worked on this presentation a little bit. This is a way of visualizing staffing, because I think that it puts it in a perspective that's a little bit stronger. It shows this is what we have on the street in a given day. And that is, so when an incident occurs like that, the crash that followed that pursuit, you have a complicated crash scene on North Avenue, and you have a vehicle that has literally collided with a porch, sheared it right off a building. You have a person who was in that vehicle as a passenger who is now not in custody, but is being treated and is being interviewed. You have witnesses that have to be interviewed. You have to have a crash scene, a crash tech or a crash reconstructionist come and begin to plot out where that crash occurred. When did the car start skidding? When did it leave the road? What measurements need to be taken in order for all sorts of things to happen down the road, including insurance claims, et cetera. We are incredibly fortunate that no one was seriously injured in that crash. One of the passenger of the vehicle had some minor injuries. There were people in that home, children in that home, who were not injured. There were people in front of Besseries who were not injured when the vehicle left the road and went straight in front of Besseries. Poor Besseries, that had been almost demolished 2 years ago by a crash, was almost struck again. That all had to happen. And simultaneous to that, we had a fugitive in the wind who needed to be, officers were in the New North End. That individual went to Hunt Middle School and attempted to enter Hunt Middle School, and had officers, had our school resource officers not locked down the facility, that individual would have entered that school. That would have been a very, very difficult situation had we had an individual in a school with children present. Officers were needed to go and locate that individual, do what they could to try to track. We had 2 canine officers from other agencies assisting with that, trying to find that individual. This is an example of what you need with regard to resource. And on one level, we were fortunate that incident occurred as 2 shifts were, one shift was ending and another was coming in, because it allowed us to sort of maximize presence and get some work done. But as we get thinner, that kind of response becomes more difficult. We see here, again, the staffing picture. I've shown this before. It's a visualization of when call volume is happening. And I do want to point out that gap between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. That gap is a gap that we may find ourselves having to exploit with significantly decreased officer presence. But even as we contemplate that, we also find ourselves recognizing that we just had a shooting at 3 in the morning, and we just had a gunpoint robbery of a store at 3 in the morning. And the idea of diminishing response or capability at that time, while overall call volume decidedly diminishes during those periods, the big incidents happen in those time periods as well. And frankly, police during those hours are a form of insurance. We have them for the times when we do need them, even when there are times when we don't. That brings me to an emergency staffing picture, which I wanted to give all of you a picture of, because when we get to 80, we are in a position of potentially activating this staffing model. And it was discussed frequently during the budget discussions in June. We talked about 80 being a trigger for this. This is a graphic representation of what it is. It's in the contract, it's public record. That contract is available for the public. And this is described in appendix, I believe appendix D off the top of my head. It's a rotational schedule. Basically, an officer would be in position 1 for a week, and then move to position 2 for a week, and then position 3 for a week, and then position 4 for a week, et cetera, until rotating back to position 1 based on the day shift. But even this is not a shift that we can manage based on the head count that we are approaching. We're going to lose, we wouldn't be able to field that swing shift in the middle. We would not be able to field the second part of that midnight shift, and potentially, even less depending on where we get with regard to head count. And I wanted to point out that as we contemplate this and we think about what we can do, you know, if we get to, as I said, it wouldn't be impossible for us to be at 75 by at some point in the early part of next year, the very early part of next year, just based on effective officers. At that point, we would be allowed to begin to think about hiring. The problem is that our hiring processes are remarkably thorough, and that's a good thing. We want thorough hiring processes. We want to be sure that we are getting candidates who go through rigorous background checks, who not only meet the requirements that the state lays out at the level of the Vermont Police Academy with regard to the written test that entity provides, with regard to the physical training test, the PT test, with regard to the psychological assessment that it gives through the MMPI, but also with regard to our own standards for background checks and our personal history questionnaire, which is incredibly thorough. And we do a polygraph, as every entity in the state is required to do. That takes time, and additionally, oftentimes reveals other things that need to be, that lengthens the background check. Overall, what we have is a process that, you know, as it shows here, can take as much as essentially 14 months from an officer's coming in as an applicant to being able to get through the police academy and then get through our very long field training program, 14 months. That is a best case scenario. So our best case scenario right now is that we would be able to get officers into the August academy, not this coming academy, and they would be solo officers on the road in March or April of 2022. I'm not certain where we will be with the rest of our headcount by then, and it does give me concern. I am incredibly happy with the amount of work that is being done by the officers who are with us. The things that happened this past week are indicative of that, but there are concerns. Again, just to drive home the applicant process, it's not as simple as just having people come in and say, I want to be a police officer, and okay, here you go. We had 260 applicants for the last time we were able to hire. And we knew we weren't going to be able to hire for the class that is currently at the Vermont Police Academy right now. Actually, they're graduating, or they may have just graduated. They may be in post-basic. We knew we weren't going to be able to put applicants in that class because of the budget issues with regard to COVID. We had already known that having those hires wasn't going to be possible, but we had anticipated being able to hire and put officers into the class that will begin in January, February. It takes a long time to get those. Out of 260 applicants, 6 were hired and sent to the Vermont Police Academy, and then only 3 made it through. It's a challenging environment, and it can be hard. There are plans at the Vermont state level to explore new ways of looking at the academy experience, alternatives to the academy experience, things that other states do. Those plans are all inchoate. And while I'm very supportive of them and was exploring many with representatives at local colleges and universities, was part of talks with the Vermont Police Academy about how to do this, and very enthusiastic about the state exploring it and changes to the Vermont Police Academy under the new Commissioner of Public Safety position. That's all going to take time. And for the time being, the academy model is what we have. And because of the model, it only meets in February and August. It only has classes in February and August, and that too limits how we are able to actually bring in groups of people. And I find myself right now in a position where we are in this matrix. We either think that there is no problem and that we're not going to do anything about it. We think that there's a problem, but it's not that serious, and there are other things that are more serious, and we're not going to do anything about it. We think that it's a problem, and even though it's not as serious as I think other people may think it may be, I'm willing to do something about it because it's prudent. And then I think there's a problem, and I think we need to do something about it. I do think that we have concerns right now about where our staffing is, and I've raised them, to you before. I am incredibly enthusiastic about having the opportunity to get that RFP that the Joint Committee on which all of you sit out, and I'm so happy that it's out. I'm so happy that we're going to be able to hopefully see some really great candidates for that consultancy who can come in and begin that process in January. But until that process begins, we can't begin to really think about what kinds of resources and services begin to fill in the gaps that are going to be created as we lose more officers and can't answer the calls and services that currently come to us. And I do have concerns about that. So that is, that's my chief's report for this week. And I thank you for your time on it.
Thank you, Chief Mart, for that. All right, moving on to agenda item number 5.01. And this is,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I was wondering if the chief could answer Jess Laporte's question about new hires, hiring officers that are already trained. Is that a possibility?
Yes, we can and do hire laterals. The most recent, the last hire that we currently have and that we will have for quite some time is a young woman from Colorado who came here with her wife and is a member of this department, and is a great officer, brings experience from another place, brings a ready-made sort of officer. That's great. Laterals are sort of one-offs. We don't get lots of them at once. It's not the same as putting 6 or 5 people into the police academy and hoping that we get 4 or 5 of them back. But it is a way of bringing in new talent. I will express my deep doubts that we would get any laterals from inside the state at this time, based on where the department is and the general appearance of the city. And that is the level of how the officers around the state feel about sort of what they're seeing in Burlington. But having laterals from other locations, other states is an option, especially as Vermont becomes more appealing than ever, owing to the way in which the state has dealt with COVID, et cetera. That is a possibility, but we are not currently allowed to do that. So we can't do that until we reach 74.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I also see there's a question in here. Dwum says, would it be possible to have access to these slides of the chief's report?
Absolutely. We'll make those, Shannon will make those public soon. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5.01, memo on the city council resolution asks from their meeting from 9/8. And I believe we've all had time to review what Shireen wrote up, and yeah, open the floor to discussions on this. Commissioner Hart.
Will I share my screen where it has the 2 new paragraphs? I don't know if folks saw before the meeting. I circulated redlining with 2 new paragraphs. They're pretty short, but I thought I'd give some background on, for transparency, how this report came out or came to be, if that would be helpful. Because we're all trying to figure out how we can work on these things with open meeting, and so it changed. It was going to be a committee, and anyway, I'll try and share my screen to walk through the new items, but this came about, I put together a draft. I asked Commissioner Hart to take a look at my draft, and he provided some feedback, including, after he had time to think about it more, the 2 paragraphs that I'm going to show you tonight are based on additional feedback he gave me. So I added 2 paragraphs, and then Commissioner Seguino has looked at this as well in terms of a communication with me. And I see that the city attorney just turned on his camera, so I don't know if I have already stepped in it by the process I use. So I'm hoping not. I'm going to try to share my screen. Okay. Is that showing? No, it's showing nothing. Okay, is that showing the report by any chance? Okay, so thank you. I'm just going to scroll through it, and if you have any questions on any of it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to the new paragraphs in case you haven't looked at them yet. So the new paragraphs have to do with staffing pressures, which I think is a follows up nicely to the chief's report. And it's that arguably one could see that staffing pressures could play into disciplinary decisions. That's not been observed. At least I don't know anyone who has seen that as a factor, but that could arguably be a factor going forward where staffing pressures could impact decision-making on discipline. So we added a paragraph about that. And by all means, tell me to stop if you need to look at things, but I did send this to folks before the meeting. So you do have a copy. And then another one was just the notion of de-escalation, and that in a way it's only as good as the policy about it and the enforcement of that policy. So that was pointing out that as a concern as well. And then finally, that's why I added in the very last sentence that Directive DDO 5, which is use of force, must be properly enforced, which is having to do with the de-escalation in particular. So I don't know if folks have any discussion, if this is technically due to the City Council by November 30th, but I am not interested in, I would rather wait a week, for example, if folks had concerns or things where they weren't comfortable voting on it tonight. Happy to answer any questions or entertain a motion on it.
Are there any questions or concerns right now that people have with this document?
I have a question. Staffing pressures. So I'd like to kind of talk that out for a moment. Why are we saying that should be a consideration?
If I'm understanding your question, what we're not saying it should be a consideration. We're saying that should be a concern. So that is something that we would want to make sure isn't a consideration in disciplinary decisions. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Grant?
So we're trying to say that the concern should not be a consideration.
It shouldn't play a role. So the very last sentence is, while staffing concerns are valid concerns, it shouldn't play a role in appropriate discipline.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like you might have other questions.
I do, but I work right up until the meeting, and I just haven't had a chance to go through the whole.
Yeah, the only thing new today was the redlining, the staffing, and the de-escalation. I'm just going to shut my door because, sorry, one moment.
Can I just ask a question? Because I don't think you can see me, Jabu. Okay,
Yep.
Commissioner Murphy.
Correct, I can't see you, but go on, sorry.
That's okay. Commissioner Grant, do you want to read through this de-escalation paragraph? Since you said you didn't get, you want to just read through it for a minute, like together?
Sure, if people have time to do that.
I just want to make sure we're not talking about something that, we haven't, it's just a paragraph. We can read it together.
I know. I just have an ongoing frustration, even if it's just a couple of paragraphs, getting something brand new right before a meeting.
I got you.
Because when we have like public forums, I really try to listen to what the community is saying. So I might try and go through to see what is new that I need to see, but then I don't want to miss what people are saying. So I just once again want to really emphasize whatever we can do to get anything that we have to look at, discuss at a meeting. If we can get it before the weekend, that is just so crucial. And just be really appreciated. Thank you.
You want to go through the de-escalation? Do you want to talk about it, Commissioner Grant? It should be showing on the screen. Can everyone see it? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know you can't see anything but your screen. I can see it. I don't know what other folks think. Jabu, do you want to just read through this, or if that's not helpful, Commissioner Grant, we can move on.
I'm okay for right now. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions or concerns about this that folks want to talk about? Chair Gamache, I'll defer to you on whether you think it's ready for a motion.
Well, if I'm understanding it correctly, Commissioner Grant, would you like want some time to like review this before we vote on this?
So just so I'm clear, this is our response to what the Charter Change Committee is working on?
No, actually, yeah, I'll explain. I'll be happy to explain. There's a resolution from September that assigns something to the Charter Committee and something to the Police Commission, separate issues. Charter Change Committee, well, it's separate in the resolution. Let me be clear about that. Charter, it's in the first, on the first page, I have it on the screen, talks about what the Charter Change Committee is directed to do, and the Police Commission was directed to review and analyze impediments to stronger disciplinary measures in police encounters involving brutal or excessive force, and make recommendations for modifications back to City Council by November 30th. So this wasn't, so we specifically didn't get into what was being, we didn't want to work at cross purposes with the Charter Change Committee. So this doesn't talk about reviewing disciplinary decisions. Like who, you know, that the issue assigned to Charter Change.
Okay.
So so it is looking like to me, I mean, it doesn't seem like people are fully comfortable then voting on this right now. Is that what I'm gathering?
Respect, Chair. If people are willing to, I'm happy to vote on it now, or I'm happy to defer to commissioners who'd like to take more time. Either way is fine with me.
Sorry.
Ditto for me.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed that. I'm sorry.
You could call a roll call. But I'm comfortable either way. I really, I definitely hear what Commissioner Grant is saying. I've been in a couple of meetings where I felt like I didn't have enough chance to review, so I'm sensitive to that.
Mhm. And I myself too don't want to force a vote if people haven't truly don't feel comfortable or haven't fully seen the entirety of the new document. Then, if that's the case, yeah, I'm happy to push this back. Sorry, Commissioner Durfee.
Jabu, I know this is time sensitive, and I know that folks are jammed up with special meetings, but we could just have a conversation here, publicly about maybe scheduling something with a quorum after Commissioner Grant is comfortable with the document.
Mhm. I was sorry.
No, I apologize.
Commissioner Hart.
Thank you, Chair. I know I was just going to say, I mean, so again, I apologize. I had suggested a few, like I said, last minute comments to Commissioner Hart, just because I didn't want to kind of have my thoughts about them disappear. And I'd seen the draft document. I wanted to make sure that they kind of got expressed before I started doing other things for that day. I'd be happy, and so so I wasn't necessarily intending that it appear in a document that would be given to people at the last minute. I intended kind of for us to be able to talk about it at the meeting. So it might be, if people would like to just have, if people are more comfortable with something like a 10-minute recess, so people can look at those particular changes to the document that was distributed earlier, and then have a discussion on that if necessary. I'm perfectly comfortable with that as well. If people are just kind of concerned about the most recent additions, but if people are more concerned about the entire document, that might require longer than just a 5 or 10-minute recess.
I agree with that as well. I've read the whole document and I've seen those new updates, so I'm happy to recess for 10 to 15 minutes if that's enough time for people to look over the new changes and then vote afterwards.
Well, if
Any discussion?
everyone else has had an opportunity to read it and they're comfortable with it and they're saying that there isn't anything
Sorry, you broke up on me.
No, I'm not breaking up. I'm just trying to string together some thoughts. So we're not really offering an opinion. Let me marinate with this for a moment. I mean, if other people are comfortable with what is stated here and are prepared to vote, then I would just abstain at this time.
Well, I am comfortable voting on this, though I'm not comfortable personally holding a vote. If you haven't had time to like properly look at some to weigh in on this, so I'd rather have us all be able to kind of give a yes or no vote on this. So with that, I propose that yeah, we either recess for 10-15 minutes to look at this, or I'm happy to continue on with this meeting as it goes through, and recess into a later date to what you call it, then vote on these things, or just end the meeting at the end of this normal time, and then just reschedule and add a meeting to fully go through to then vote on this in the future. I think I saw one hand raised, Commissioner Durfee.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a suggestion. I think what might be good is, I just want to say this because I think it needs to be said. There are people who do not agree with this document. The entire public forum was based on that. And so, like we did talk a lot about this in public forum. So I would feel very comfortable with waiting to vote on this until you had time to fully understand what it is, Commissioner Grant. And I understand you work right up until the time this meeting happened. So because there was a lot of content, and because you are always, I mean, you mentioned that you're focused on what people are saying, which is really appreciated. We should probably have you review the entire document and think about it, and not have you feel any pressure to move this along. That's just my, you know what I'm saying? Because you could vote no. I mean, you might read it and say no. So, And let's be clear, the vote is to, if we vote on it, it's just to move it along to the council. We're not adopting anything. We're just saying, we're done with this work. You guys can take it.
It was my impression that this memo was for them. It's not so much like a policy thing per se. It was like a report to them, just stating the, just the roadblocks and hindrances to discipline.
Right, so it just outlines, what we see as roadblocks, as it's not anything that is going to be adopted. I'm just trying to explain. I'm not doing a very good job because I've been on Zoom all day, but just trying to provide more content.
Understood. So I guess to figure this out now, sorry, the next, I think they wanted this by the 30th, is the 17th. The 30th is 13 days from now. What is the viability of us being able to put together a special meeting sometime early next week, Monday or Tuesday, to vote these things through?
Commissioner Gamache, could I make a motion to
Absolutely.
recess for 15 minutes, come back, and then see if we're ready to vote, and if not, decide what to do then?
I second that motion. Floor is open for debate.
I'm good with it.
All in favor for recessing for 15 minutes to go over this document? Raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I couldn't see everyone, but I believe that was unanimous.
My camera has to be shut off right now. It's not working, but aye.
Quite all right. Time right now is 7:44. We'll take a 15-minute recess and we'll see you guys back here at 7:59. Thank you.
You have everyone back? Milo, are you back?
Yep.
So I guess at this point, we should just see if anyone has lingering questions on the policy or has any requests for what they want to do at this point.
The only concern that I have, and I'm really not sure how we can express this, because something that I have found that's been an impediment to proper and fair discipline is certain attitudes within the department. And I'm not sure how that can be expressed or if it's appropriate to express here. And two examples that I would give were just statements that former Chief Morrison had said about, number one, well, an officer responded to a call. Well, just because you respond to a call doesn't mean that an action involving a use of force should be justified in any way. And then it does state in here that the community should be taken into consideration, but also for me, there was a statement that had also been said, something to the effect of, to me, there wasn't a balance, right? There wasn't a balance of saying, okay, here is the discipline that is going to be applied. And yeah, maybe we know it should be longer or more, but there was a higher consideration of the officer as opposed to the person that was a victim of this inappropriate behavior or force used by an officer. So those are two concerns that I have. Now, if people feel that that is sufficiently addressed here, but it's just certain attitudes that I'm not sure that we're making clear, or maybe I'm just really sensitive to those things, because those two statements, they've really stuck with me, because I felt that they were reflective of deeper attitudes across the whole department. Thank you.
Any additional thoughts?
Commissioner Hart.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just kind of, I guess, synthesize for myself what it was that I heard Commissioner Grant saying. Right, so I don't think, and I should maybe skim it again, but I don't think that the current document indicates clearly that an issue, a potential issue, might be the extent to which there is sufficient will to implement certain kinds of discipline. And so if the committee sees that as either an actual or potential problem in how discipline gets administered right now, then I think that could be included in the document, whether kind of actual or potential. Again, it is my impression, especially given the role that the police commission can play in that in the future, and given the answerability of the chief to political enemies like the mayor, it does seem to me as though having, enabling discipline by having kind of clearly articulated policies according to which certain behavior goes against that policy is has been a more serious impediment to will, But I agree, the document doesn't say anything about will right now. So if there are concerns about that, that could be included, I think.
All right. So then, are we saying that we want to put in a section in this report specifying that? That was being asked?
Yes.
All right. I as well don't know how that would, oh, sorry.
You could make a motion.
Commissioner Seguino,
Um,
followed by Commissioner Durfee.
I don't disagree with Commissioner Grant or Hart. My problem is an evidentiary basis for making that claim, right? What do we point to as evidence that there is resistance? So that's my only concern. Not that I disagree, but I think that it's incumbent upon us to point to evidence that supports that claim.
Hmm. I'm sorry, Commissioner Durfee, sorry, my apologies, Commissioner Grant.
I'm sorry, was someone ahead of me?
I thought Commissioner Durfee had something to say, but
you can't see me, but
no, we cannot.
it was similar to what Commissioner Seguino said, so I'm good, all good.
All right then, Commissioner Grant.
So I guess I would like to discuss the term, like evidence for me was those statements. Those statements to me showed the lack of will. And quite frankly, I also interpreted it as a lack of concern and certainly a lack of impact on the community.
Commissioner Seguino.
I mean, I think that's fine. If that's the evidence, then I think that that would be part of what we include in the document.
Commissioner Durfee.
Councilor Hightower often edits documents in the joint committee. Do we need to put something in here now? Or are we, because we're saying we're adding that?
I think that for me, Commissioner Grant would have to articulate it unless someone else wants to, because I'm not quite there yet in terms of, I get the concept, but I didn't get both of the examples, and that's on me. So I apologize, but I wasn't following well.
No, I don't get the examples. I just know that we have to add it if we are going to add something. So we'd have to be able to articulate. There we go.
I would just say another impediment is cultural resistance within the BPD leadership as evidenced by, and then give these examples. How does that sound, Commissioner Grant? I'm just paraphrasing what you've said.
No, I very much appreciate that. I think that's perfect.
So do we want to entertain a motion where that can be put in, that we approve this as written with that put in? I think it would be under, like it would be F probably, or something like that. I guess if we want to agree that that we get that concept in here, I'll do whatever you all want. If you want to put this off for another meeting, it doesn't matter to me. But do we want to agree to it, someone adding that language and approving it with that language?
I'd be happy to entertain that motion for sure.
As would I.
I motion to accept the document with the suggested changes Commissioner Grant, and Commissioner Seguina.
I second that motion. Floor is open for discussion. I'm
sorry. Could I get a quick summary of the proposed language again? Just an overview of what it would be.
Professor Seguina, do you want me to read back what you said, or do you have it? I wrote it down.
Don't call me professor in this context.
Commissioner Seguina, you want me to? I can't help it.
Yeah.
I think of you that way.
Another impediment to
cultural resistance
is cultural resistance as evidenced by comments made by BPD leadership. These include, and then Commissioner Grant could give us that language.
Thank you.
Commissioner Grant, can you supply what you would want us to say there?
Sure. So the statements that had concerned me in particular were statements saying that just because an officer responded to a call, there was an implicit justification of use of force or actions that would require discipline. I'm not putting this as well as it could be put, but just because an officer shows up at a call doesn't, not every call is going to, needs to lead to a use of force or an action that may not be appropriate.
Commissioner Hart.
Thank you. Commissioner Grant, were these comments made during an open session of a meeting? If so, I would like us to be able to actually access the video of that and get an exact quote. I'm just concerned about making inferences about, yep.
Yeah, no, yes. Yes, they were. It was either a meeting or a press conference. I can't remember which, but responding to, there was the feeling that the quote unquote discussion should move on, that the discipline that had already been applied, that was it, cannot go back, and we just need to move on. And why do people keep bringing the same thing up over and over again? And there was frustration on the part of the community because community's feeling like, well, we're bringing it up over and over again because community doesn't feel that the department understood the effect and how unsafe people felt in terms of having to deal with the department that's supposed to be there to protect us. And on that pushback, there was the response that you have to take something to the effect of having to take the officer's family into consideration. And I know that I publicly responded, I believe at one of the public forums, I was like, because that statement really bothered me. I was like, well, what about the victim of the officer's improper behavior? You know, that family has to be taken into consideration. So it was either one of the an earlier police commission meeting, or it was a police conference. And then just the response, well, you know, they responded to a call, as if responding to a call justified the behavior, which I thought that was just completely improper.
Commissioner Hart.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess I think that I would want to see both the specific quote that we're appealing to and the inference that's drawn from that quote before knowing how to kind of decide whether or not to include it. My concern would just be that Right. So there, right, with those kind of different issues involved. Right. So so I think that the question of what discipline is appropriate in a given instance is separate from a question of whether or not that discipline can be revisited at a later moment. Right. And so I wouldn't want to take a statement to the effect of this disciplinary decision cannot be revisited at this time as evidence that that the person thinks that the discipline was correct at the time that it was administered. And I would also just kind of be generally skeptical that a police chief would say that the mere fact that someone shows up to a call means that any behavior at that point is permissible. Now, I do understand kind of and sympathetic. I'm sorry, let me just finish real quick. I do understand I'm sympathetic to the statement that that if it seems as though a police chief is kind of more concerned about the impacts on an officer than the impacts on the community, that's something which I think would be kind of fine to include as something which is worth, which I could see it kind of being strong from that, but I'd be more cautious about the rest of them. Sorry, I'm done.
No, thank you, and I apologize for interrupting. To be fair, she did not say that whole statement, but just a statement to say that, oh, but they're responding to a call. Yeah, I definitely got that inference that she was trying to justify it. So that really bothered me because I just did not think that was an appropriate thing to say. So if we leave it broad, we don't use those examples, but to say that they're going back to public statements from department leadership that indicate that there isn't a will or there is a lack of recognition of the pain caused in the community and how it affects the community and also how it damages the relationship between the department and the community. Because if people don't trust or are afraid of the department, they're not going to work with the department. If the department needs to do investigations, people just won't work with them because they won't trust them. And that will make us all unsafe.
I think we have the screen sharing again. I don't mean to interrupt, but we've got some edits to make, and I think that's why we've got our screen. I think just a personal or just I think we should stay away from quotes. You've got something good here, so let's just I think we can finish this if we aren't referencing specifics so much as summarizing and finding some good language to summarize this.
Am I showing that? I'm sorry, I was trying to get a deaf dog to go for a walk. Is this showing the highlighting right now?
It is.
Okay, sorry.
And I know that you had read the language before, Commissioner Hart. Do you mind just reading that one more time so we can?
Well, yeah, so what Commissioner Seguino had said is another impediment is cultural resistance as maybe evidenced by BPD, by comments made by BPD leadership, these include. And so I changed that to another impediment is cultural resistance as may be evidenced by BPD leadership, because absent those, I don't think any of us are comfortable citing two statements without having them.
I think the cultural reference is important, but we don't have any, and we want to go forward too.
So, I mean, I would be fine if the language were something like another, either another potential impediment is blah, 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 or if it said another impediment is, possible cultural resistance, something like that. So if it makes it clear that that although we're not citing any specific instance, that this is something which could be a factor in the imposition of stronger discipline in matters in the future, I would be more comfortable with that kind of language.
Yeah, you said it. You said it. You said the sentence that I wanted, and now I can't say it back to you.
So I have this on the screen. Is there a recommendation that, and what we tried to do in this document was identify the impediments and where we could make suggestions, but maybe we're just leaving it as is. I'm open to thoughts.
Cultural resistance is a potential impediment. And you could say, for example, but I think the only thing that we can do right now as a group, and folks can say whatever, but I think that's really what we can say, is that cultural resistance can be an impediment, but I'd stay away from any specific examples. If there's language that we can.
Shireen, could you zoom in your screen a little bit?
I sure can. Is that helping?
Yes, thank you.
I think it might be, I think that maybe it shouldn't be saying BPD leadership, but as may be evidenced by BPD. The examples that Commissioner Grant gave were leadership, but I think we would have a concern at any level, would we not?
Yes.
I mean, we also have the article in 7 Days that quoted, was it Officer Gilligan? Who was, I can't remember his exact position, represented officers on the union. The chief may want to correct me, but that article was really full of a lot of statements. Some were in quotes, some weren't, but he never came out and said, no, I didn't say these things. Just to me, expressed an attitude within the rank and file of the department that was disturbing.
Well,
So I've come up with a draft statement here, if that might be helpful.
Sure. I'm typing. Speak soft, speak slowly, and I'll type it up.
All right. I'm going to say it fast so that we can understand all the words, and then I'll say it slowly. So keep this sentence. Another potential impediment is cultural resistance. And then the new sentence is cultural resistance has been reflected in statements by BPD staff reflecting police unwillingness to entertain external scrutiny. I use reflected twice in the same sentence, so I have to change that, but I'll say it one more time.
Yep.
Okay, cultural resistance has been exhibited in statements by BPD staff that reflect police unwillingness to entertain external scrutiny.
Okay, has been exhibited by BPD staff.
And has been exhibited.
That reflects police unwillingness to entertain external scrutiny.
I am so embarrassed to type in front of you all. Okay, to entertain
external
scrutiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was thinking that might capture what everybody's been saying in a sort of more general way.
Yeah, and it gets to everyone. So the staff is any BPD. So that
Can I suggest an alternate sentence or set of sentences?
Yeah, hold on, Randall. Commissioner Hart.
Professor.
Okay.
Here we go. That's the first one I have seen. Thank you.
I'm going to I actually haven't I haven't quite formulated, so I'm going to talk it through, but then I might change some words as I go through.
Okay.
I'd keep the first sentence. Another potential impediment is cultural. I actually add cultural and institutional resistance. And then I'll just say something like, to the extent that BPD leadership is grounded in the culture of policing, its judgments about appropriate discipline might diverge from judgments held by community members.
By judgments held by?
Members of the community.
Okay, bear with me and then we can see them both.
I mean, I don't know that I would agree that there's an unwillingness to entertain external scrutiny. Now, I mean, there are questions about kind of what sort of kind of powers might be appropriate to yield to external bodies or external entities. But as far as kind of willingness to entertain external scrutiny, and I think that, I mean, one, again, the police commission is external, and the police commission has a lot of scrutiny over the department. So I'm not entirely sure that I agree with that part of that sentence.
I'm not sure that this, ultimately matters a great deal, but my conversations and comments that I've heard publicly, in fact, explicitly reflects an unwillingness for external scrutiny. So I'm gonna stand by that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think your other statement is good.
So the second sentence, to the extent that. So, okay, what about if we did? How's that?
Oh. I think that's a good outcome.
I don't know, Commissioner Hart, maybe entertain increased external scrutiny? Would that?
To entertain increased external scrutiny?
Yeah.
Well, again, so I mean,
if you don't still agree, that's fine. But
yeah, exactly. I don't want to bog down on the point, but I think part of the question is ambiguous about what scrutiny entails, right? So one question is just kind of making actions, decisions, justifications, et cetera, available to be observed. Another question is kind of what sort of how that information is going to be used. And so I mean, I think that, yeah, and like I said, so insofar as I think that the police commission is an external body right now to the police department, I think that there's a fair amount of scrutiny that we can perform, and that the department is not just kind of tolerant of, but happy to allow.
I just want to, are we talking about a potential impediment though? We're not, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and there
just a potential item that we're calling out. I don't think we're canceling out. Excuse the smooth jazz in the background. I guess. Can you guys hear that? I'm
no.
Sorry. I've got kids in the house. Anyway, I think I just took it to mean a point of reference, and not so much that I'm not reading that much into it, Randall. I'm just, because perhaps external scrutiny, you know, are we splitting hairs when we're saying, well, the police do work well with the police commission, or are we just calling this out as something that may, thank you for highlighting that word, may reflect. That's how I'm reading it anyway. That's just how I'm, because there are things that throughout the document that may.
How is that with May? Are folks feeling like this gets us to where we all feel comfortable
Happy
with
with
this addition?
I'm happy with that addition personally.
That works for me.
Commissioner Hart?
I am more comfortable with the addition, yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Grant?
I'm good.
Okay. So, and of course,
Hold on, Commissioner Herjak.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
That is a thumbs up.
Okay. All right. So let me just quickly take us through it to make sure that we're otherwise looking at this, this is the document. We've got the 2 additions and redlining somewhere. Well, it's somewhere. I'll make sure that this paragraph we add gets added to the one with those 2 additions. I might have pulled up the wrong one, but this will get added to the last document I circulated, and I will send it to Chair Gamache to send to City Council. That would be the motion that someone can bring, if that sounds good.
I did bring a motion, and I'll bring it again.
We are so far beyond that, right?
Right.
I think so.
But I'm now the motion is much cleaner. I make a motion to move this, present this to the chair to present to City Council.
I second that motion. Floor is open for deliberation. I am not hearing or seeing any. In that case, the motion is to, sorry, voting on the motion to accept this document.
Yeah, the motion is to give the document to you so that you can present it to City Council.
All right, I seconded it. All in favor of that, say aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. That passes. Thank you for everyone's time and work on that. Moving on to agenda item 5.02. Approval of the mayor, approve the memo on the mayor's press conference asks. And that is, he asked us to come up with a policy to let the public know about high-level misconduct and misconduct investigations. I wrote a draft out that I shared with people, and I've gotten some feedback on that. This draft does not reflect that feedback because I wanted to go over that feedback and those concerns of everybody here in public. So I guess I will share my screen and do my best to, be able to edit this. I'm sorry, despite my young age, I'm not that great with technology, so I hope I can do this.
Chair Gamache.
Yeah, how do I share my screen? Sorry.
It might be helpful for you if someone else does the typing so you can lead the discussion on this, if you want.
Okay. Seeing how you just said that, would you like to be the typer of this?
I just need to get my paragraph in the right document so I don't blow an hour of work that we all did, but I will be happy to do that in a second. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
Okay. Just need to get that in writing. Okay, that's done. So am I pulling up the document that you circulated yesterday?
Yes. Or yes.
Or is it on the board docs one, right?
Board docs one, correct, yes.
Okay. This is, sorry, wrong one. All right, I'm sorry, we're doing the body worn footage, or are we doing the?
No, police misconduct and misconduct investigations.
Okay, so that
information
was,
policy.
so this is Commissioner Durfee's. Do you want this? Do you want me to be following along and typing, or how do you want to do this?
Oh, I thought there was another draft. Okay. Yeah, no, I would love it.
Am I sharing this now or no?
Wait,
No.
so no, right now, the mayor's ask was on the police misconduct and misconduct investigations information police policy, and that is what we are doing right now.
Okay.
This
So do you want somebody to share that screen? Shireen, do you have that?
Yeah, I think it's on the screen, right? Can you guys see it?
Okay.
It is. All right. So basically the mayor's ask was for high level complaints only. I thought it'd be easier to kind of wrap in everything, low level, mid level complaints all together, and they're categorized by the Burlington Police Officer Association contract, and basically that is the guideline that we currently have for complaints. And I guess I should start out saying first that this document was by no means a ceiling for things. I kind of thought this would be like the floor, and we can build off of things like that. I know there was some feedback on, releasing things on a quarterly basis, as it should be on a monthly basis. I agree with that. I just put in quarterly basis to start and kind of to move from there. But I guess I don't really know how to best go about this. I guess what are some edits, complaints, concerns, feedback that people have on this document as it is right now? And sorry, I couldn't see any hands. Now I can see hands. Commissioner Seguino, followed by Commissioner Harp.
Yeah, so this actually, with regard to the lower and mid-level complaints, I would propose that be on a monthly basis. And I also would propose adding a paragraph, and I can post mine because I've typed it into the document.
Oh,
if you
good.
like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll let you take over.
Okay.
Do you need someone to give you permission, or can you just share? I'm going to call you professor until you turn your mic on.
Okay, got it.
She needs permission to share. There we go. Oh, beautiful.
Did we get it? Does it have red ink on it?
It's not fully shared. It's only.
You're currently sharing your browser window.
Okay. Trying to shut all of my windows that are open. Sorry. Okay. And now Zoom. I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to try one more time. Share my screen, and it is.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Great.
So, so the additions were the monthly reports on lower and mid-level complaints, and the addition of quarterly reports with the following information. The number of incidents per officer with individual officer and identity, individual officer identity suppressed. That should be the number and nature of complaints against officers who have internal affairs complaints against them within that time period, i.e. the last quarter. Again, with individual officer identity suppressed, and statistics on discipline taken in response to IA complaints. And below that, higher level complaints on a monthly basis. And you can read this, but basically high level infractions with the exception of those that are under investigation, since that would be precluded. I have more, but maybe we should just stop there because the other issue is more complex.
Any questions, comments, or objections to these edits or adding this in?
I might just add, I spoke to Chief Murad and he was supportive of the frequency of these reports. And I should let him speak for himself, but I did just want to add that.
So, yeah, any questions, comments, concerns, objections to these additions?
Thank you for
I'm
making
not,
Commissioner Seguino. The only edit that I had was 30 days. Great, great. Thank you for thinking this through.
I have, if we agree on this page, I have a couple of things on the next page.
let's move on.
So, and this also stems from my conversation with Chief Murad yesterday. The issue about making public the results of a 10-day policy, or if the department is unable to talk to the officer, and it could be because the officer is under military deployment or in the hospital. And so this caveat is to give some wiggle room in the case of those extenuating circumstances.
I mean, given what we heard today on the chief's report, it makes sense.
I would only pedantically correct the word there in line 7 to THEIR.
This page?
Yes, correct.
Oh,
Current
there.
page. And that's going to come with respect to that red highlighted section.
Can you say that again?
Sorry, I just said that's my only comment with respect to the red highlighted section. I'm not sure if we're just discussing the additions or the entire document. So I'm saying with respect to the addition, I have nothing further on this page.
I guess we're now just go through additions, then go through it, then go from there. Does that work?
And this last issue is separate, I think, but I'll wait until we've worked through the rest of the document.
I'm not seeing any questions or comments on the red additions. So I guess let's go through this with general questions, concerns, comments, objections, starting with the purpose. Not seeing or hearing any.
This is a question which is not about the purpose section, but I mean, I know that you were in contact with the city attorney's office, but since I have not been with respect to this document, could you either share any response that you got by them to this, or could I have comments by counsel that's on the call make comments?
I'll jump in first, and I'll let a counselor fill in any gaps that I leave. I got a response from city attorney today. They have not looked over this yet, and once they will, they'll inform us.
Thank you.
All right then. Yeah. Any questions or comments, concerns, objections to purpose?
I just have a question about Commissioner Harp's question.
Yep.
What if the city attorney hasn't looked at these documents? Are we just reviewing them together as a group then? And then they move on to the city attorney?
It was my hope that if we have this document at a place where we do vote on it, that we vote on it pending the approval of the city attorney.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Harp?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say it might just be me. I would be reluctant to even make a kind of conditional vote subject to city council. I mean, so it's possible that if it were just something like a blanket sign off, then okay. But if there were more nuanced comments, I would certainly want to review those comments before making a vote. So, I mean, my preference would be to kind of discuss this document, have our revisions, and then not take a vote on it, but simply forward it to, simply wait for comments by the city attorney, and then take it back up again by this body.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy with that. All right then. Not saying anything about the purpose. Anything in policy? Point 1, categorization of complaints.
I'm just going to say that for myself, I thought the assignment was to. I've read the document and just I didn't have any additions or edits to it. So I'm happy to go through the whole document, but I didn't have anything except for extending the to go 30 days instead of quarterly. And Commissioner Squino's already done that. Just saying for myself.
All right then. If we are, I guess, happy with where this is at, and obviously we're not going to vote on this right now because we want approval from the city attorney first. Are we happy with where the document is at right now to send to the city attorney for approval? Commissioner Seguino.
You and I talked today about this additional paragraph. Did you want me to talk
Yes.
about that now or later?
Yes, be my guest.
Okay. I actually think I think it would be important also to develop a policy that permits the city or the police department to release disciplinary records of officers. And so I just drafted this, and it would be disciplinary records that would be released in response to a public records request. And I will just say in preface of this that 26 states allow this. And although the Vermont Public Records Law allows cities or agencies to keep personnel records private, the city could in fact instruct the police department to make these records available on request. New York State was the most recent state to make these personnel prior disciplinary records public. And I've actually used their language here for this. Couple of other things. Commissioner Gamache and I talked about this, and as I understand it, it's his preference that we take this up as a separate policy, and that would be fine with me, but I do think that this is also consistent with what the community is asking for with regard to accountability and transparency. I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Durfee.
Commissioner
Harp.
This is exactly what I've heard from the community, and we heard it on this call. I think it's important, and for me, just for me, I'm following the legislature on this. I do think, Stephanie, that we're going to see this. We're going to see that very clause implemented. We are going to see body cam release footage law be handed down. So yeah, and for me, I think it belongs in this document because it does have to do with officer discipline, and seeing it referenced on this call really helps to solidify that. And I appreciate the chance to say that I've been really following the legislature and think that this is going to happen anyway. So that's
Commissioner Hart.
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding is that the New York State statute is still working its way through the courts, but I think it's going to be upheld, and I think the language is fine. I support making those records available in response to public records request. Again, subject to it being something which is consistent with the current collective bargaining agreement, and if it's not currently permitted by the current collective bargaining agreement, I would certainly recommend that be bargained for in the next contract. But I mean, I think it's a good idea. With respect to whether or not it belongs in this document or another document, I can see the argument that this is not a kind of, or at least I mean, it's not necessarily a neat fit in this document, but I think actually that it works fine. So I think that it could be either here as a separate policy either way. But again, that's where I'd want to get some legal advice about whether that's consistent with the CBA. But I do support it.
I guess to jump in, I'm more than happy to keep this in here. My thoughts on separating the two is just to get this first document over the line, but I'm more than happy to include this in this version. Yeah, upon approval, upon review of the city attorney. So yeah, I have no problem leaving this in here.
Does it make sense for us to ask Chief Murad to comment? I'm new, so if that, I don't know if that's appropriate, but
I was going to ask to do that as well when we discussed this. So I think yes.
Are you asking me to do so now?
I'm going to leave it to the chair, but
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are some hurdles to these things. I think there are contractual hurdles and the terms under which officers are currently employed. There are issues with the release of transcripts of interviews and what's in interviews. That is an issue. And this will cause consternation and concern among officers. I think, however, that there is a pattern across the nation, and I think pending in Montpelier for some of these releases to move forward. My sense is that if that becomes a negotiation aspect of the next contract, then that is what it is. I think that if the law makes it what, if the law in Montpelier changes, then that is what it is. I think that when you have something like this, a change in policy, that it needs to be something that is discussed about going forward, where everybody's on the same page about it, as opposed to something that retroactively goes back. And frankly, if an officer has a disciplinary issue from 7 years ago, that is under our current system it has been adjudicated, there's been discipline issued, that discipline was issued in a way that comported with the law and with the city's rules, et cetera, then having that somehow be dragged into the, into the public discussion is not fair. But with regard to other things, if the ground changes, then that ground changes moving forward. I do think, however, that when we talk about the other things we're talking about, the idea of the complaints that are made, we provide all of that to the commission already. It's just in executive session owing to existing privacy considerations. The notion of providing those complaints to the public is one of which I'm supportive. The notion of talking about anonymized identities suspended, as Commissioner Seguino said, disciplinary results for internal investigations, et cetera, that too is something of which I am supportive in the sense of fostering transparency. But I balance that against what's fair for officers with regard to employment privacy and the fact that we don't make any other profession do these kinds of releases. There are ways to know about for example, a teacher's history or a physician's history. And then there are other things that are, once discipline is issued, that is held to be a personnel matter that is not open to public scrutiny. And so I'm looking to find how this kind of decision-making on your part balances that.
Thank you, Chief.
Just so I won't, if I may,
Yeah,
Chair.
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly won't kind of respond to all of those points, Chief. I'll just say briefly. So it does seem to me as though entities that work kind of, in the public eye and have a particular responsibility to the public also tend to have more kind of clear reporting requirements for credentialing, et cetera, right? So, so complaints that are brought to an attorney before the bar, those tend to be public information, right? As you say, like there's information about doctors, which is also made public. I think I would be somewhat resistant to the claim that no other, kind of no other profession has those kinds of transparency requirements with respect to kind of at work disciplinary issues. I do think that it's, there's a question about kind of how extensive they are, how far they go, but also say obviously that that officers have a unique job, and so that I think in some ways does license a certain degree of extra accountability to the public.
I share Commissioner Harp's view on this, that there's a visceral day-to-day contact between the police and the public, and that's different than other public employees for whom we shield them, their personnel records. And I also think that in any policy, there are costs and there are benefits. And I understand the chief's concern that maybe that, this should be grandfathered in the sense that only going forward, but I think that's outweighed by the significant concerns that people have had around appropriate discipline. And I think that when people do look at past records, yes, some people might, raise a ruckus about a small infraction 20 years ago, but it's more that people are concerned about a pattern of behavior and the hiring of officers or the continuation of officers with a pattern of behavior. I think within BPD, assuming that there's records would not reveal much, then I think it's a step towards rebuilding trust with the community.
I'd have to agree with that.
I strongly agree with that as well.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns, objections about anything in this document? I guess I just want to chime in and say one thing. This is more of a clarifying thing. There were some public comments that were that questioned body-worn camera footage if available, and asking why not always. I'd like to clarify that not all police misconduct happens when you're on duty. Some things happen when you're off duty, and if you're off duty, you won't have a camera involved whatsoever. And so for that reason, that is why it says in point 4 for the body-worn camera, if available, that is why it says if available. So moving on, are we comfortable with where this is at currently to send this current version of the draft to the city attorney for review?
Do you have any judgment about how those various X days get filled in, or is that subject to? I mean, it doesn't. I don't have a strong preference one way or the other right now about it, so I'm happy leaving it as it is right now. Again, especially since I hope that we will again take another crack at this once we get some other feedback. So I'm happy with leaving it as it is right now, but I just didn't know if that was intentional or not.
Yeah, I put in X just because I didn't really know what would be what the date would be, what that number would be. I'm happy to debate that now.
I'm happy to debate it later.
Oh, sorry, later, my fault.
Maybe we could ask the chief's thoughts on that. So this section where it said the summary report will be published within X days from the final determination.
Once there are already state reporting requirements for investigations once they're conducted and completed, for internal investigations to be reported to the state. I would not be surprised if that state entity actually begins to take on some of these roles for itself, and to a certain extent obviates some of the discussions that we're having about a local body or local publication of these kinds of things. Because I think ultimately there are going to be some types of civilian oversight that are exercised at the state level. That is not to say that we should not be reinvigorating and further invigorating what it is that this police commission does. I think there's a lot of room for that. Insofar as a timeline, once an investigation is complete, there is a timeline at the state level. I'd have to see what it is exactly. I want to say that it's 30 days, but it may be 15. And I don't see why information couldn't be shared more broadly than it is with the state already, going forward for those things. But it's predicated on the completion of the investigation, that is, the investigation has stages that have to be completed.
So this says upon completion of the investigation and any appeals process. Would it be just
Right.
fair to say within 5 days? Because this is.
I think 5 is pushing it insofar as sometimes there can be a lot of material that needs to be completed for something like that. But again, let me very quickly try to find what the state's requirement is, and I would use that as a guidance.
Okay.
Because there may be footage that needs to be redacted. There may be documents that need to be properly redacted, because all of this is also talking about the identity of witnesses, et cetera. So I'm not talking about officer privacy. While that is important to me, I understand that that's not the body's purpose is to talk about what is necessary for building community trust. There are aspects of redaction there as well, with regard to victims, with regard to witnesses. So 5 days is tight for that. Let me find what the state says.
And I'll just make a brief editorial comment while you're looking for that, Chief. Yeah, so with deep and abiding respect, Chair Gamache, for your work on this, I actually do hope that this is something which gets taken up at the state level, because this is something which should be a statewide requirement rather than just a citywide requirement. So I kind of hope, not that this becomes obsolete, but I hope that this work becomes kind of answered by work in Montpelier rather than just at the Burlington city level. But that, like I said, that's a mere editorial comment.
It's 10 business days. 20 VSA 204 requires it within 10 business days. 2403, 20 VSA 2403 or Act 56 requires it within 10 business days.
Okay.
Sounds good. So how are we feeling about this?
I'm comfortable with requesting guidance from city attorney on this document as it stands right now.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
I second it if it is.
I'm not sure whether a motion is needed for that, but if we need a motion in order to send this to the city attorney for guidance, then I move that we send this document to the city attorney for feedback.
I second that.
Any deliberation? All in favor of the motion on the floor, say, raise your hand or say aye.
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 Aye. And that was looks like that passes unanimously. So Commissioner Seguin, if you want to email me this copy at the conclusion of the meeting, I'll be happy to forward it along to the city attorney's office.
Will do.
And all right, moving on to agenda item 5.03, body-worn camera footage release policy. And let's see, I know this was sent out, I think yesterday it was to us. Did everyone have a chance to look this over?
I do have some questions.
Absolutely. Is it possible to pull this up on someone's screen?
I can't do it because my internet, I keep having to shut off my screen, so I don't want it. It is a document that I edited, but I can talk about it if somebody else wants to share it. Commissioner Hart, did you want to go with your questions?
Sure. I have to confess that I wasn't sure what was meant by primary or representative body camera footage. So
I honestly, this is a draft that came up from Moreau's office, and we worked on this. Well, we looked at this draft, and my understanding of primary or representative is that the primary is what is on your body, and representative is secondary, but I don't know.
If I may say, so my understanding of the language is that, right, so for any given incident, there might be kind of multiple, right, so any officer on scene is going to have a body-worn camera. Okay. They're all going to be recording. Right. And so the idea is you don't need to release every single officer's body cam footage for every single incident, but that you would want to represent, outside that you want to release, you would want to ensure that primary representative body camera footage is released. So, footage which captures everything which is important. To represent the scene.
You did a much better job explaining that than I did, but it's sort of what I meant.
I think that is going to need clarification because it's or, and also I think if I've been at this for this long and I don't know, if I don't appreciate that, that doesn't say much because there are a lot of things I can't, but I think we do need to clarify that, but also primary or representative. How do we determine whether it's primary or so anyway, we don't have to do it right now, but that was one question and that's helpful to have that answer. So thank you.
Do you think we could, do we want to elaborate on it here, or we just don't want to?
We can, if you want me to pull up a Word version or someone wants to pull up a Word version, we can do what we've been doing, which is edit as we go.
I mean, to me, that needs a footnote. I mean, I mean, are there other folks that have language for that? I mean, I know what it means, but only because, it's probably from a crime show I watched or something, but like that, to me, I can't think of other language to change it. And that goes to show that a lot of these documents that go out to the public,
I think that Chief Murad, I would be interested if he can better
verbalize it.
Well, not better than you, but just if he can maybe, has thoughts on how we could do that.
I agree. Chief Murad?
There's going to be a certain amount of subjectivity to that. The notion of a primary representative body camera footage. It's certainly something that's going to be necessary if we're releasing multiple videos. We simply don't have as Deputy Chief Sullivan has pointed out, we don't have the capacity to do these redactions. And so that's the rationale for a representative piece of footage. It has to do with redaction capacity. I'm not certain how selecting that can be done in a way that is seen by everyone as fair and as trusted. I think some of it may come down to the idea of some input from this body having an ability to help make that determination. But that puts an extra step in the process and means that releasing it can become delayed.
Chief Murad?
So, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'll wait until you're done talking.
No, I am done.
Well, what I wanted to ask is, would it generally be primary, except where representative is shows more? Like, when would it be representative as opposed to primary footage?
Absolutely, examples where one shows more. There were one example would be that if you have an officer pursuing somebody on foot and another officer comes from a different angle, that officer coming from the different angle may be able to see, for an example, a collision or an apprehension more clearly because of greater distance. Some of the callers in discussing the idea of body cameras found fault with what the body cameras capture. And that's simply a function of what they are. We can't make them capture more. These aren't cameras that are set up by a director and have the right angle and the right field of vision at all times. There are times where they don't. There are times where they fall off. There are times where they are jostled and move around. And the images that they capture, and there's lighting issues. There's a lot. There are a lot of issues that can come into play with any camera. And so therefore a primary officer's camera may very well be more subject to any of those conditions in a given encounter than another officer coming in from the side that may provide a better view. I know that in the past, I've sat with some of you back when we were still meeting in person and did sharing of camera footage during executive session in some specific instances where individuals among you have come to the department to see specific things that you wanted to see. There are differences between two different cameras. And so how we can make those determinations in order to minimize the burden on the redaction services while also ensuring that we're being trusted that what we're showing is complete is an open question.
I don't want to interrupt anyone. I guess what I see to that point is when you talk about it, release the primary officers or representative officers body camera footage. If you put officers in there, I think it makes a little bit more, it's a little bit more clear what we're talking about for the layperson. Because we are talking about really there is a primary officer, and you could footnote it or you could define it, but down when you look at the ABCD, and I added D because that's what folks are really concerned about, the citizen oversight. And not to say that that clarifies it anymore, but it does discuss the unredacted, the access to unredacted footage by the police department. So we can see it, and we have that ability to review it, whether it's the primary officer or representative. I don't know. It made sense to me at the time when I was looking at it all together. And it's not my document, they're my edits, but what do we want to say about this first sentence?
Can I just ask a question in follow up with that, Commissioner Durfee? So, I mean, the question is just, is the phrase primary body camera footage, is that unambiguous? And obviously representative body camera footage is going to be something subjective, but is the statement primary body camera footage, Chief Murad, is that kind of an unambiguous phrase? Sorry, should I rephrase? The question was, is the phrase primary body camera footage, is that unambiguous?
It is to me. I understand what was meant by this. I don't know necessarily how others may interpret it. I think that it could perhaps be clarified by saying something to the effect of, we'll release footage from the primary officer or representative body camera footage within 30 days of an incident. I'm not certain what makes the most sense for it. Again, I mean, the rationale simply is that while releasing all of it would be optimal insofar as one goal, we simply can't. We don't have the resources with regard to the one person who currently understands how to do the redactions. We thankfully have just hired a new ID tech, but that individual is not yet doing these processes. It's, we don't know yet what the volume will be either. I think that we'll discuss later in executive session some of the complaints and use of force, things that I'm hopeful that we can discuss in open forum in the future, but for now in executive session. And it's a very small volume of things, but we don't yet know what that translates to with regard to body worn camera and requirements to get things out in 30 days for the public. That's a new lift for us, and it's one that concerns us.
Do you, Commissioner Durfee, do you want me to put this up on the screen in Word so we can edit as we go?
Yeah, if that's helpful for folks, because we need to pass this on. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I know it's late.
So
and one thing, yeah, okay, go ahead. So we were talking about, oh, good, thank you.
It's sounding like it just might be me who's struggling with that, and that it's a term of art. But here's what Chief Murad was saying: we'll proactively release footage from the primary officer or representative body camera footage from other officers. Is that language? How do people feel about that? Or Chief Murad, what do you think? Is that accurate?
That's the way I'm reading it.
That does seem to clarify it for me. I don't know if for example, Deputy Chief Sullivan or Deputy Chief Lebrecq, who I both think are on, if that works for them as well.
And I will say that this is definitely this is 100% going through the legislature. And by the first of the year, we will have law.
Right.
So as long as this is clear and we can agree on it, the framework. And I am so aware of the staffing, Deputy Chief Sullivan and Chief Murad. I'm aware. But for the purposes of this document, I just wanted to stay on what can and cannot be done, and I appreciate your patience with that process.
Yes, at the state level, I think, there are, other agencies have concerns about having to implement the body camera policy in the first place, just the actual startup costs of the technology and the hardware. even though the hardware is really not the cost. The cost is the service, and that's how all of these providers operate. That it's a service, and that's the where they get the actual money as vendors. I know that many agencies are concerned about those startup costs, and those that actually already have it are also concerned about the ability to make things public. We're all waiting for better and cheaper redaction technologies to make this process fairer and easier for us.
Commissioner Hart.
One other question is on 1C. Any incident for which the chief of police, mayor, and/or the majority of the police commission determines that the release will address significant public attention or concern or will help enforce the law. I am not sure. Can we have an example of that? Because I'm not sure I'm following what will help enforce the law.
So the way I read that was that if we're reviewing footage where something incriminating is clear.
I might note that preserving the peace is enforcing the law. So those two things, they do feed into one another. And certainly that's a very clear example of where body camera footage can be released and be necessary. When there is an indication that one thing happened and there is proof via body camera footage that something else happened, and that an opportunity exists to correct a narrative that is causing upset and consternation and maybe disrupting the peace of a community. That's certainly.
I'm just getting caught up on this phrase, will help enforce the law.
Well, we can, from what I'm hearing, and that's why we bring this, where is it?
I can highlight it for the language.
Yeah, no, I see it. Preserve the peace is fine with me, because preserve the peace is enforcing the law, and it's kind of a double. It's kind of doubling down. So I would be fine with striking that. It's a short document, thank goodness, because I know I blew a bunch of. I was like asking a lot of questions about this and trying to do individual texting, but this we'll be able to get through this. If
Does anyone feel otherwise about keeping it in?
Oh, so I mean, I don't know whether the terms are synonymous. It seems to me as though enforcing the law might preserve the peace, but it's not clear to me that preserving the peace necessarily entails enforcing the law.
Is it enforcing the law? Is it on? Yeah, I'm struggling with this word. Again, this could be my own internal struggle that I'm getting. It's just not clear to me what that is saying.
I think if it's not clear what it's saying, we should just delete it.
Yeah.
I was going to say just that, can we just strike that, like everything after concern?
I think when you say preserve the peace and/or maintain public order, that's clear. That's what's going to happen. That's why it's going to be looked at. But I don't think enforce the law needs to be in there, because preserve the peace and/or maintain public order. I don't think there should be. And I think I understand Shireen's issue is like, really, we don't often use anything recorded to make a final judgment on what enforcing, legislature. We don't. If you have a recording or a camera footage, that's often not the last. That's not the final say. You're a lawyer, Shireen.
Yeah, and I think it might be captured in this maintain public order, but Chief Murad, if you think, I just am not finding, I almost find the term the law to be too broad. It's just so, but I certainly, if there's a clear reason or meaning to it, I'm happy to leave it in, but.
I think you need to put the word will back in order to lead into preserve the peace and/or maintain public order. But no, I don't think that the idea of enforcing the law needs to be carved out separately.
Yes, and I guess help preserve peace and, yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to D. This is just my language. We can put different language. It's really important that we, Commissioner Harp helps me early on understand that the police department can and does view unredacted body camera footage. And I thought this was missing. We thought this was missing. So that's why it's in here. But if anybody wants to work on language, I'm fine with that.
Just to clarify, you said the police department, you meant the police commission.
Police commission. Sorry, it does read the police commission. Did I say department?
You did, but we know what you meant.
It's 9:26, Randall. These volunteer hours are racking up. But I'm glad that everybody's here with me. I'm excited to get this done. So are we okay with D?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I think we could just move on, Shireen, did you have another question? You said you had a couple of questions.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Those were the two where I just needed clarity.
I
Thank
don't know
you.
what happened to that bullet point that's like way out there, the fully blurring the video footage so that. Okay. And then the big problem, I can't see my notes, but the big problem was for me was that at three was initially there was a lot of language about the police department's at capacity, you know, for redacting footage, and I am good with telling. I mean, I just want to say what can be done, but if folks feel like 3, we need to add, you know, work constraints in there, I'm fine to put it back in. I just hear the public, and I understand that there's not very many cases where we would have to do this. So I just cleaned up the language to say that this is what happens.
Yeah, I think this is the actual language, and
yeah,
I think this is what it said, and my apologies. I think some of what you're seeing is changes I had made to that.
Changes I made. Yeah.
Oh, you made, okay. So do you want me to go back to?
No, I think this is perfect, you know, so folks can see this is the original language in 3, and then my language is it just doesn't refer to actually this, I don't know if that's the original language.
That is not for bullet point 4. That's not the original language.
No.
No, the language above that
For
says
3.
3 right now.
Yeah.
It's not the, I think that's the original language is this here.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That's fine.
Oh, and for 4, I think that this is,
I was talking about 3.
Okay, so I can remove this now, right?
Right, yes.
Okay.
That's not, yeah. So in 3, and I really thought it was in here on markup that it really did say what's missing from here is that the police department does not have the capacity to redact footage. That's the language that's missing. And to be in compliance with the Vermont Public Records Act. And we discussed this, a number of us, like one-on-one, and I think it's cleaner just to say, in these cases, this is how it's done.
Well, so I have some concerns with this as it's written right now. One, so I mean,
All right.
I agree that the policy need not and perhaps ought not kind of say that because the department is in such and such, it faces such and such constraints, right? Because a policy should govern the department regardless of the particular constraints that it faces. That being said, I think that part of the idea is when it's necessary in order to comply with Public Records Act requests, and in order to comply both with the Public Records Act request, which is a legal request, and also with the timing requirements, which the policy imposes, then certain ways of making the video or audio available might be, are acceptable ways of doing so, if necessary in order to comply with those various constraints. So I think that is perfectly fine. And right now, it kind of suggests that the only constraints which justify redacting footage are to protect the privacy of individuals or defendants' right to a fair trial. No, actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm gonna withdraw the comment. I'm gonna read this again. I mean, I'll just say I do have concerns about 4, but 3 actually I'm gonna reread.
I think I know what happened, and I think an extra number got added because I think 3 and 4 were together.
So maybe just in my editing? No.
Yeah, so it was 3, and then sorry, the 4 wasn't actually an item. It was just
okay,
a continuation of the language.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, and I think I've identified my concern, the concerns I actually had with what is now 3. Because I think if we're right, I don't know who's editing the document right now, but Shireen, can I talk?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so I think my concern is this, right? So it seems to me as though with respect to redactions, I think there's general agreement that fewer redactions are better to more redactions, and kind of surgical redactions are preferable to more indiscriminate redactions. So when possible, when permissible by department resources, et cetera, kind of a maximally surgical redaction is the best thing. So kind of only redact people who might not have given consent to have their images appear, or things or juveniles or whatever it is, right? Only redact that kind of information. But I think the idea is that circumstances might not always permit that level of surgical redaction of footage. And sorry, was that a comment to me?
No, I'm yelling to the kids because
I understood. I understood.
And I'm trying to.
I just want to make sure. Yes, so because your mic.
You want some lasagna?
I do actually. I've been here for a while. No, so right. So I'm concerned right now that the language seems to suggest that the redactions are either full redaction or nothing, and I would not want that to be what the policy says. I would want the policy to indicate that, when possible, more precise redactions are preferred, but it is not always possible for the constraints that we've discussed.
Okay.
So I'm proposing language, but that's my concern.
Can you propose some language, Commissioner Harp? Because I've been trying to get you to propose some language for a little while now. So
look, it's been a.
You didn't want to do it, but.
No, it's just I've been busy.
Okay, I'm just typing this just to repeat what you said, but we can move this to wherever you want.
Is it okay if I talk while you type, Commissioner
Yeah.
Hart?
You want me to put that back in, or just tell me where to put the cursor and I'll type?
Well, so yeah, so well, I'm gonna say something first, and if people are fine with it, then I'll kind of say where to put it. But
Okay.
the thing that I was thinking was just to say something like this, a statement that says, with respect to redactions, the fewer redactions that are necessary in order to protect kind of privacy rights and defendants' rights, the better. So right, so that kind of statement, right? That kind of statement, when with respect to redactions, this is what's preferred, and then another statement, which kind of is what we have already saying, when precise redactions are not possible, these kinds of redactions are permissible. That to me kind of indicates both that kind of what from ought to be doing when possible, and also what is permissible when that's not possible.
I'm just putting this down, and then you can just have it on paper.
Instead of the better are preferred.
Or I mean, I think just saying something like, with respect to redactions, the department should redact as little as possible to protect X, Y, and Z concerns. So that should statement establishes kind of what the department should do, and then the next statement can say, what is permissible in order to meet additional desiderata or additional desire, additional things that we want to see done, namely comply with timing goals, et cetera.
Is the sentence after that good, or do you want to add? Oh, no, sorry, Sharina.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. I'm just going to show these without the markup just for ease.
Right. Okay.
Does that look good?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Hart, does that say what you wanted to say?
That seems fine to me right now. That seems fine to me right now.
And this would be another document that would go to for review by the city attorney and then move on to the council. And by the time it gets there, it's probably going to be law. So
what do folks think about ending it here? Not because but it just,
right.
Here there are redactions no matter the reason.
Right, Sharina, I think that's good.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I also I mean, I guess saying the privacy and release timing goals does not make sense without having those already be articulated. And since we've kind of taken out, I think, any discussion about what that refers to, I'm not comfortable talking about about the privacy and release timing goals here, unless, like I said, unless it really is, it has been mentioned immediately above, and I don't see it. So I would, instead of that, let's see, so
It is mentioned above, though. No, go ahead. Please finish the thought. Sorry.
no, if it's mentioned above, let's scroll up if we could.
Is this it too? I'm sorry.
Well, there's several. Oops, depending on circumstance, and then that are mentioned up here, and then there's release goals mentioned throughout.
What's that? So what does privacy goals refer to?
If I thought there was something up at the top here that says to protect the individual privacy of a victim or witness, and then if you go up, can you scroll up, Shireen? Just
yeah.
Maybe I've read this document so many times that I think it does. Practically release footage for the primary.
Well, let me put back in anything we've changed. So
no, don't do that.
Okay.
I think I'm just I've read this over and over again. So we can just restate it. We can just define it a little bit more in that paragraph. So possible in cases that were. So there was one sentence that was right before in cases. Is that what you're talking about? On 3, because it did have some definition in here.
Well, that's right. No, exactly. We deleted the sentence that said something like, basically one of the goals of redactions is to protect the privacy of X persons, right? Witnesses, victims, etc. So that was stated previously, and once that gets deleted, then now this discussion of privacy goals becomes, I think, unclear.
So maybe we put this back in. We restore this part, right?
Yeah.
So I think what we also need to embrace here, in cases that require the department to redact footage, could be, but this is only as a last resort that you would fully blur or fully redact audio.
So one suggestion is to say in 3, with respect to redactions, the department should redact as little as possible, comma, while also protecting the privacy interests of those who are captured on the footage. That states the privacy goals, and then I'm fine with it being mentioned again later on.
Isn't it in cases, isn't this like last resort where it's fully blurring and fully redacting audio?
Well, fully blurring is, I think, the idea is that it's supposed to be a last resort, but
we don't.
And I'm not sure exactly what is meant by fully blurring, but again, I mean, my preference is still that that people who are, that people be blurred out of body-worn camera footage in general, just because I think that's kind of being captured on an officer body-worn camera is not the sort of thing that automatically makes one subject to public attention.
Wait, this doesn't read right, does it, that first sentence now? Well, no, never mind. I'm with you.
I mean, if there are concerns about kind of that being exploited to to kind of protect officer privacy interests, that could be changed something like legitimate privacy interests or something like that. But yeah, I mean, but I do think that people who are captured in officer body-worn camera footage do also have often legitimate privacy interests, and those should be respected when kind of releasing a batch of body-worn camera footage to the public. Again, I don't think that the general principle should be that everything captured by officer body-worn camera is released kind of without any redactions to the public.
How could there?
I think I can explain why the struggle here is because this was in an attempt to comply with the Vermont Public Records Act that in the language in here before was that, well, we can't comply, but these are the things that we can do if you really want us to release this footage. And so I may have ruined that by.
But could you have a footage, Chief Murad, where you both fully blur the video and fully redact audio and have a product that, can there be any footage that actually comes out of something that redacts both of those fully?
There are ways to blur the footage and make it something that doesn't show faces, for example, or blurs if it's something that's done in a private home, or if there's a significant amount of for lack of a better term, gore in a scene, and so those are possibilities. And then audio redaction can be complete. It can be word-based. It can be.
But if you had fully on both of those, because that's worded, it says you could do both, fully blur the video and fully redact audio. And I don't see how you would have a product that shows the public anything.
I don't know that you would. I mean, I think that you would be meeting the bare minimum requirement of the law, but you would not be meeting the spirit of it. But your rationale would be meeting a different spirit of it, because a different spirit of it has to do with the right to privacy that some places have.
Should it say either one of the following, or should it say one or both, which really means nothing?
Of that, I don't necessarily have a strong opinion. I think timing goals could be achieved by using either one or both. It is true, either one or both. There may be instances in which you are not only obligated to blur the screen and the entirety of it, to put a gauze across the entire screen, but are also obligated to remove a name or a term.
But it says fully redacting audio. So that's what I'm getting hung up on, is we are talking about fully blurring and fully redacting audio, that you could potentially have both of those done in one, for one request or production.
If it's a short enough snippet, if the body camera only exists for a very short period of time before it became inactivated or was wrenched off, it may be that you do fully redact the entirety of the audio, because
and the
whole
video
thing included. I'm sorry.
And the video too. You see what I'm saying? This is
But
both.
I do. But what I'm going to say is that this is why sometimes directives end up with caveats that seem to be loopholes but are not. They're designed for situations that we can't prognosticate, and there's so many different kinds of scenarios that can come into play that's why this is the language that's chosen. It's not dissimilar from when we've been discussing, for example, equitable sharing. The fact that I can't say entirely 100,000% that this is never done in X way, because there's always the possibility that there's going to be some one-off situation in which an asset is seized without a final determination of the court. Although I've been told differently.
We could say, as you're talking, I'm thinking of instances where both would be done, and things I've seen, and I can definitely, I think the problem is the fully, fully blurring the video
So
footage.
can I
and-
just ask? I'm sorry, keep going. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to get there.
I'm just wondering whether this discussion is a little bit moot. So, so if we changed possible to feasible, and we just left out the discussion of, we left out the references to fully blurring video, fully blurring, fully redacting audio. So the idea is still going to be, as few redactions as feasible, subject to the constraint of protecting privacy. And there might be some other constraints we want to articulate in there. So again, I kind of, I don't know whether things like redacting, gores in the public interest, as it were, but there might be other things that ought to be redacted, but subject to privacy considerations. For example, then the goal is just redact as little as feasible, subject to these considerations. And if it turns out that the only feasible thing, given the given the volume of requests, given the technology that's available, given the time that it takes to process the request, it might be that the only feasible thing is for kind of faster, more crude ways of redacting. If that's the case, then that's the case. But I think kind of spelling out, well, it's possible to both fully redact audio and fully redact video, does make it seem as though that is a kind of a viable option in more cases than perhaps one might think it is appropriate.
True.
So if you just kind of leave out that as a kind of as something which is clearly permitted by the policy, and
Right.
just say the thing which the policy is subject to is just feasibility, that seems like it both allows for that when that's the only thing which is feasible, but it doesn't make it clear that that is a kind of satisfactory way of satisfying the policy in ordinary cases.
So here's what would result if I guess we could say redacted, well, yeah, the blurred footage or redacted audio.
That was really the only way to get it to the compliant to the Vermont Public Records Act. I do like striking out the bullet points. I don't think they're necessary.
So Commissioner Durfee, is this sentence right here as to the whole policy, and should it be its own paragraph? That whenever there's body camera footage that's being posted, this is how it's being done?
Yeah, I guess we could put it as its own. I mean, that seemed to be a public concern, so sure. That's definitely, important of and by itself, I think. And then the only other thing I added was that, despite the hour, it will definitely be important that the department will adopt any legislative changes, because that's really,
right.
Again, obviously, I don't know if that needs to be stated. The department has to comply with state law.
I always write with thinking that the folks that I'm writing policy for are the people who, are going to get on, public forum and be interested to see what we're doing. And, some of it's redundant, but, a lot of it is informational. So we could strike that because we know that it's inferred. I just put it in there because A, I know it's going to happen, and B, I know that.
Well, the worry is also, when we say incorporate into, right, it might be that
Okay.
Kind of something that comes out of Montpelier is going to replace what we have.
No, that's I think we could just leave it out.
I would, by the way, in the, I don't know what number it is now, let's say maybe it was 4 or 3, it was 4. I would not have reference to blurred video or blurred footage. I think that I would just say kind of any member of the public who wish to have access to something like
Redacted?
either redacted or resulting footage, right? Because look, I mean, it might be that they're able, that the department's able to release non-redacted footage, and we don't want to kind of preclude that possibility in 5. With whatever, I'm sorry, whatever number it was. 3 just says redact as little as possible, as little as feasible, excuse me. So it might be that some footage can be released with no redactions, in which case we don't want to have the next clause make reference only to redacted footage. Yeah, so maybe the resulting footage, I don't know if that's necessary, if the definite article is necessary, but otherwise I think that's better.
Thanks for doing all this typing, Shereen.
Sure, no problem.
Not.
Okay, so I'll just show everyone what changes were made and then I can forward this to whomever.
Because again, in point number 3 right now, could I just add the word "the" between resulting and footage? And remember the public who wishes to have access to.
Yep.
Yep, minor point, thank you.
Who wishes, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, and I'd actually change that "could" to "can."
Yep. Or may.
May.
Either, I think either is fine. I mean, because we're not granting them permission. I mean, like the permission is, it's a state law, so
right.
I don't want to suggest that this policy.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Are we good on this? Besides. Okay.
I have no further comments.
I'm good.
Anyone else?
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Commissioner Durfee, am I sending this to you?
This is going to the city council as well, correct, Chair Gamache? What do you want us to do with this document?
No, I believe this is our policy. I don't believe this has to go to city council for to go through. It was just asked for us to pass and complete. It was my knowledge and understanding of
Oh,
that.
that's right. I think Kyle's still on. So if you could send it to me, Shereen,
Okay.
or you send it right to, well, yeah, I'll take it.
Is this something we're supposed to be voting on?
Well, yeah, so can I ask whether this document also has been reviewed by the city attorney, at least kind of prior to the change that we made tonight?
It has not. It has not either. So yeah, I was going to say, I believe this has to be reviewed first before we can vote on that, if I understand that correctly.
Right. It should be reviewed by the city attorney who was on.
So Attorney Devlin, do we send this to you?
You can send it to Eileen Blackwood, the city attorney, and Joey Hovestad, assistant city attorney.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So are we at a place where we feel comfortable sending this to the city attorney for review? Am I
Yes.
getting that?
Yes.
Do you need a motion on that?
I don't. Do we? Yeah.
We didn't do it for the last one.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Huh.
I guess I'll say with that said, yeah, I'll send these documents over to the city attorney, And ideally, I'd like to vote on these before our next meeting, if that's possible, depending on when they can review these. So if I do hear notice that these have been reviewed, I will message everyone to hopefully set up a special meeting to then vote on these things, if that's okay with everybody else.
That's good.
So there's time constraints. Yep.
Awesome. That concludes agenda item 5.03. And seeing how we still have two more probably fairly lengthy agenda items, do we want to talk through this now, or do we want to tack these on to our next scheduled meeting, seeing how these aren't super time constraining?
I move that we table them for the next scheduled meeting.
Seconded.
Any deliberation over this? I'm not hearing any. All in favor of tabling agenda items 5.04 and 5.05 to our next meeting, say aye or raise your hand.
Again, our next scheduled meeting, because we might have a special meeting.
Yes, our next scheduled meeting. If we do a special meeting, that would be for just the city attorney review documents. Sorry. All in favor of tabling agenda item 5.04 and 5.05 to our next scheduled meeting on the 22nd of December, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. Moving on to agenda item 6, commendations.
So I do have a couple of commendations to share, and I will get these scanned and sent to you as well. Receipt from three different officers to pass along from a friend that had called for an attempted suicide, wanted to thank the officer for responding, assisting, and saving his friend's life, for which he reported compassion that was showed by the officer of the struggling young man for choosing not to execute an active warrant due to his injuries. Another officer received a commendation from the mother of someone who ended up taking her own life, and so she expressed his compassion towards her as well in returning his things. And then the final officer was commended for the comfort and help to an occupant of a burned building, and in the officer helping that victim make the right decision to get some extra help at the hospital. And so someone passed along their appreciation for that effort by that officer as well.
Thank you for that. Moving on to agenda item 7.01, commissioner updates and or comments. Any commissioners, any comments, updates, or anything of that nature? I am not seeing any. Moving on to next meeting agenda items. So we have our tabled discussions. In the event, well, actually, no. Yeah, we have our table discussions. And is there anything else? Assuming that the city attorney gets back to us before next meeting to have a special meeting to review those documents. Not hearing any additional agenda items at this point. Please email me anything that you feel that we need to discuss and put on our agenda for next meeting then. All right. Agenda item, let's see. Agenda item 9.01, executive session. Do we have any citizens' complaints that we need to review in executive session?
There are only two, I believe, citizen complaints, but more importantly, one of the things that the role of the police commission in determining employee discipline, whatever the full title of that resolution that we passed in August was one of the things that it required was a recounting of uses of force as well. And we haven't done that. And Deputy Chief Lebrecq has prepared an accounting of that in accordance with that new role document and is prepared to do that in executive session.
Thank you. I then motion,
Aye.
sorry.
I was going to make I move that we enter executive session for the purpose of discussing disciplinary matters, potential disciplinary matters.
Second.
Any deliberation? Not seeing any. Let's see what time it is right now. 10:06. I have to use the bathroom, so I say we recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll enter executive session in 10 minutes. With that being said, when we exit executive session, there'll be nothing to deliberate, and the meeting will be adjourned at the end of executive session. So with that, everyone that has signed on tonight and the public, thank you very much for comments, concerns, feedback, objections, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.